Tonight, I invite you to embark on a journey into the heart of Zen Buddhism, the path known as the religion of no religion. No prior knowledge is needed. Just breathe deeply and let the soothing wisdom of ancient teachings wash over you much like a calm, gentle stream. This is more than just a meditation to ease you into sleep. It is an invitation to experience the quieting of the mind, the release of anxiety, and the uncovering of profound peace that has been hidden in plain sight for centuries. From the very first night, many find themselves experiencing a deeper sleep than ever before. As you allow your body to relax, we will guide you through the art of letting go of the thoughts that keep you awake, finding freedom from suffering, and discovering the extraordinary magic present in the simplicity of everyday moments. These teachings, timeless and universal, speak directly to your inner being, beyond all external beliefs and backgrounds. Together, let's begin this journey. The unique approach of Buddhism. Buddhism stands apart from many other world traditions in a way that touches the very core of its philosophy. While many religions center around the belief in a higher power, an eternal soul, or sacred texts, Buddhism takes a different approach, one that invites exploration of personal experience. The Buddha did not require his followers to have faith in things that could not be proven or understood. Instead, he called them to explore their own experience and see for themselves the true nature of reality. When asked about metaphysical matters like God, the afterlife, or the origin of the universe, the Buddha often remained silent or responded with a story that gently guided attention back to the present moment. One such story tells of two young priests who debated the best way to unite with Brahma, the Hindu creator god. They sought the Buddha's insight. His response was simple yet profound. Has anyone from the seventh generation of teachers ever seen Brahma with their own eyes? When they admitted that no one, had the Buddha dismissed their pursuit, calling it a vain and empty quest. This wasn't a denial of the existence of gods, but an emphasis on the irrelevance of such beliefs to the path of liberation. Buddhism does not deny the existence of many gods or devas who are powerful and long-lived, but it recognizes that these beings too are bound by the cycle of birth and rebirth, just like humans. They may exist in more favorable conditions, but they are not exempt from impermanence and suffering. One story tells of a monk who ascended through the heavens, seeking the ultimate truth from each level of gods. Upon reaching Brahma, the highest god, the monk discovered that even this supreme being did not possess the answers yet, was too proud to admit his ignorance in front of the other gods. For the Buddha, seeking answers from gods was like chasing after fleeting pleasures and material gain, only to find themselves with little true satisfaction in their later years. This attachment to desires is a source of suffering. The Buddha's wisdom shows that clinging to things that are temporary, whether they are objects, status, or even emotions, leads to a never-ending cycle of craving and dissatisfaction. The nature of desire, the Buddha explained, is akin to thirst. The more we drink from the cup of desire, the thirstier we become. Each sip gives a fleeting sense of relief, but never truly quenches our inner longing. This is why the Buddha's path is not about pursuing more, but learning to let go of the endless grasping. When we stop grasping, we can free ourselves from the endless cycle of suffering. For the Buddha, true liberation comes from seeing this truth clearly and understanding that the self, the I we so desperately cling to is not a fixed permanent thing, but rather a fluid interconnected process. This realization is at the heart of what he called anatta, the doctrine of non-self. We are not separate, isolated beings. We are deeply interconnected with the world around us. Our suffering arises from our mistaken belief that we are separate and that things are permanent, the middle way. The Buddha's discovery of the middle way was a pivotal moment in his journey. He had once subjected himself to extreme asceticism, denying his body all comfort, even to the point of near starvation, in an attempt to transcend suffering. But he found that such extremes were just as unhelpful as his previous life of indulgence in luxury. True peace, he realized, could not be found in extremes, whether in indulgence or self-denial, but in balance in the middle way. The middle way is the path that avoids both the extremes of overindulgence and self-mortification. It is the path of moderation, of living in harmony with one's body, mind, and surroundings. It is not about avoiding desires altogether, but about understanding them and not being ruled by them. The middle way leads to a life of mindfulness, where one is fully aware of each moment, free from the need to grasp at anything that passes by. Through his meditation under the Bodhi tree, the Buddha awakened to the realization that all things are impermanent and that clinging to the transient leads to suffering. His insights were not merely intellectual, but deeply experiential. He had directly perceived the nature of reality. This awakening, this nirvana, was the end of suffering, the cessation of the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, and the realization of the true nature of life. After his enlightenment, the Buddha devoted his life to teaching others how they too could awaken to the same insights. His teachings were not about belief in him, but about testing his words through one's own experience. "Come and see," he would say, inviting people to explore his teachings for themselves. Buddhism is not about following a set of doctrines or believing in a supreme being. It is about understanding the nature of desire, suffering, and the mind through direct experience. At the path forward, Buddhism offers a path to freedom from suffering. It is a method of understanding the mind, of letting go of desires, and of seeing the impermanent nature of all things. It invites you to step away from the distractions of the world and discover for yourself the nature of reality. As we continue our journey together, remember, the teachings of the Buddha are not dogmas to be followed blindly, but living truths to be experienced directly. Through meditation, mindfulness, and understanding, we can walk the path of awakening, sink deeper into suffering, further entangling yourself within the cycle. True liberation, according to the Buddha, is not about striving for continuous improvement or success in any worldly sense. It is about stepping off the wheel altogether, freeing oneself from the endless cycle of striving and falling, and finding peace in the present moment. The Buddha taught that the pursuit of desire, even in its most noble forms, only leads to more suffering. It binds us to the wheel of existence, where we are caught in the fluctuations of gaining and losing, of being lifted up and brought down. Liberation comes when we recognize that the wheel itself is the source of suffering, and we cease our attempts to climb higher or avoid falling lower. We release ourselves from the need to cling to any state, whether it is a state of joy or a state of sorrow. To understand this, we must look into the nature of desire and our relationship to it. Desire, by its very nature, is always looking for something more, something different, something better. But it is a thirst that can never truly be quenched. No matter how much we accumulate, how much we achieve, or how much we possess, the inner longing remains. It is only when we see this truth and let go of the need to satisfy every desire that we can truly experience peace. The Buddha's teaching on the 6 realms of existence helps us understand this cycle. These realms are not just places, but states of mind that we move through in the course of our lives. The beings in these realms represent different mental states: bliss and power suffering, and dissatisfaction, anger and violence, and mindlessness. We all experience these states at different times, depending on our emotions, actions, and thoughts. The human realm, where we currently live, represents a state of balance and reason. It is the realm where we have the potential to understand and overcome suffering. But even in the human realm, we are not free from the wheel. The Buddha's path is not about moving through the wheel to reach the top. It is about stepping off the wheel altogether, understanding that no matter how high we climb, we will eventually fall again. True freedom comes when we cease to be caught in this endless cycle of striving and craving. As we continue on the path of awakening, we must learn to let go of the need for improvement, for success, for any external validation. True enlightenment is not found by climbing higher on the wheel, but by stepping out of it entirely. The Buddha's path is one of freedom from attachment to any state, any desire, or any outcome. It is a path of peace, stillness, and liberation, the end of suffering. This brings us to the essence of Buddhism, the end of suffering. The Buddha's teachings are not about seeking endless happiness or striving for worldly success. They are about seeing through the illusions that keep us trapped in the cycle of craving and suffering. When we stop clinging to the impermanent, when we cease to be ruled by desire, we find true peace. This is the path of awakening, the path that leads us out of suffering and into the freedom of the present moment. Breaking free from all chains. The Buddha's teachings guide us to break free from all chains, not just the physical chains that bind us, but the more subtle chains of the mind, the beliefs that keep us trapped in cycles of suffering. He invites us to look beyond the concept of self, beyond the illusion of separation, and to understand the interconnectedness of all things. The path of liberation is the path of breaking free from these self-imposed boundaries and experiencing the world as it truly is, without the limitations of ego. The heart of Buddhist insight, at the core of Buddhist wisdom, lies a profound truth. The belief in a fixed, separate self is one of our greatest illusions. The Buddha didn't deny that we exist, but he taught that the concept of a permanent, independent self is a misunderstanding of our true nature. The self is not a fixed entity. It is a flowing process that is deeply connected to everything around us. When the Buddha spoke of the self, he was not suggesting that we don't exist at all, but that we don't exist in the way we think we do. We are not isolated beings with an unchanging permanent soul. Instead, we are interconnected with the universe, constantly changing and evolving. The sense of a separate self arises from our attachments and desires. But when we look deeper, we realize that this sense of separation is an illusion. Imagine a map of North and South America. On paper, they appear as separate continents, but beneath the ocean, they are connected by the Earth's crust. In the same way, we appear separate from others on the surface, but beneath that surface, we are all part of the same interconnected whole. The more deeply we look, the more we realize that separation fades, and at the core of our being, there is no separate self. The radical teaching of no self. This insight that there is no permanent, unchanging self is one of Buddhism's most radical and profound teachings. It challenges not only our understanding of ourselves, but also the way we perceive the universe. The Buddha's teachings go even further, saying that there is no eternal God or creator, no heaven as a place of eternal reward, and no eternal soul or self. This can be difficult to grasp because it removes the very foundation upon which we have built our identities. Without a permanent soul or self, the idea of life and death becomes uncertain. If death is truly the end, what is the point of meditation prayer or any spiritual practice? But the Buddha's insight offers a liberating answer. The very attachment to the idea of a permanent self is what causes suffering. When we let go of this illusion of a separate, unchanging self, we open ourselves to a deeper freedom, a peace that is not dependent on any fixed identity. This is the true nature of our existence, a vast web of interconnectedness, where everything influences and is influenced by everything else. The four Dharma worlds. To help us understand the different levels of reality, the Heian Japanese school of Buddhism offers the concept of the four Dharma worlds. These worlds form an intellectual foundation for Zen and help us grasp the various layers of our experience. 1. The world of particulars, G. This is the everyday world we experience through our senses. It is the world of separate things and events, mountains, rivers, people, and buildings. These appear as distinct entities, and we navigate this world through our perception of individual things. 2. The world of unity, Rai. Behind the world of particulars lies the unifying principle that connects all things. When we deepen our understanding, we begin to see the relationships between things, and we eventually recognize the underlying unity that binds everything together. It is as if the multiplicity of the world dissolves into oneness. 3. The world of unity and particulars in harmony, Reggie. This world acknowledges that the universal and the particular are not in conflict. Just as a red circle can be both a particular shape and a universal color, spirituality and materiality, otherworldliness and worldliness can coexist in harmony. The recognition of this balance allows us to live in alignment with both the physical world and the deeper spiritual truths. In these worlds, we see the unfolding layers of reality, from the apparent separateness of things to the deeper recognition of interconnectedness and unity. The Buddhist path encourages us to move beyond surface appearances and to understand the underlying truth of existence. Through mindfulness and meditation, we can experience the world not as a collection of isolated parts, but as an interconnected whole where all things flow together in harmony. The spiritual and material union. The truly balanced individual is one who understands the integration of both the spiritual and material aspects of life. Zen teaches that these realms are not separate, but intertwined, forming a harmonious whole. This is reflected in the concept of the world of Jiji, where the mutual penetration of all particulars takes place. In this worldview, every individual thing contains and implies all other things. There is no barrier or separation between one event and another. All are connected in a vast interwoven network. This interconnectedness is often symbolized in Zen by Indra's net, a vast web in which every jewel reflects all the others. Each event each moment holds the potential to imply all others. The entire universe, past, present, and future, depends on each individual moment. Just as you are intricately linked to the entire cosmos, so too does the universe rely on your existence. This view is not merely intellectual, but experiential. It is the core of Zen's non-intellectual way of life. In this highest understanding, every action, whether it's drinking tea, washing dishes, or even sneezing, implies the entire universe. This is why Zen often uses ordinary activities as vehicles to demonstrate profound cosmic truths. These actions, though simple, are seen as profound expressions of the interconnectedness of all things. Zen does not need intellectual explanations to convey metaphysical teachings. The most mundane event becomes a direct experience of the universe's vastness, the middle way and dialectical teaching. The Buddha's method of teaching was fundamentally dialectical, meaning that rather than simply presenting fixed absolute truths, he guided his followers through a process of balance. When people became too fixated on pursuing happiness or worldly desires, he reminded them of the inevitable suffering of life. When they clung too strongly to the idea of a permanent, unchanging self, he taught them the nature of anatta, the absence of a fixed self. The truth, he said, lies in the middle, beyond extremes. This is why Buddhism is often referred to as the middle way, a path that avoids the extremes of indulgence and asceticism, happiness and suffering, permanence and impermanence. The Buddha himself experienced both extremes. As a prince, he indulged in sensual pleasures, and as a spiritual seeker, he practiced severe asceticism. Neither path led to liberation, so he discovered the middle path, a path that embraces both spiritual awareness and engagement with the world. This dialectical approach is especially evident in Zen Buddhism. Zen masters often respond to questions in ways that challenge conventional thought. When asked about religious matters, they might reply with something secular. When asked about something worldly, they might respond with a profound spiritual teaching. This is a hallmark of Zen's approach to breaking through conceptual thinking and direct experience. For example, when the master Joshu was asked about what remains at the end of the kalpa when everything is destroyed by fire, he simply replied, "It's windy again this morning." In this seemingly simple response, Joshu points to the nature of impermanence and the evanescence of all things, yet without directly addressing the question. In another instance, a student asked the master to pass him a knife. The master handed him the knife with the blade facing him. The student then asked for the other end, to which the master responded, "What would you do with the other end?" In this exchange, a seemingly simple request transforms into a profound philosophical inquiry, illustrating the Zen way of using the ordinary to reveal the extraordinary. The Zen way of breaking through. These Zen interactions exemplify the way Zen breaks through our ordinary conceptual thinking. Zen teachings challenge us to let go of our attachment to fixed ideas and intellectual understanding. They invite us to experience life directly, without the filter of preconceived notions. The Zen master does not simply provide answers. They offer a way to experience the truth for oneself. In this way, Zen teaching is less about learning concepts and more about awakening to the present moment, the only moment that truly exists. Zen is about letting go of the need for answers and embracing the mystery of life. It is in the ordinary, the mundane, and the everyday that we find the profound truths of the universe. This is the Zen path, a path that invites us to break free from our mental chains, to experience the world as it is, and to realize the interconnectedness of all things. Zen direct. Pointing to reality, Zen Buddhism represents one of the most captivating expressions of the Buddhist path, especially in its evolution in Japan. What makes Zen so unique is its simplicity and directness. While many forms of Buddhism involve elaborate rituals, doctrinal teachings, and intellectual analysis, Zen strips away all of that to point directly at the reality of life itself. Zen doesn't just dwell on concepts. It is about living with an open mind, fully present to each moment as it is. Zen traces its origins to China around the 6th century, when the Indian monk Bodhidharma brought a teaching that transcended words and texts. This profound tradition eventually spread to Japan, where it left an indelible mark on Japanese culture, the arts, and daily life. The word Zen is derived from the Japanese pronunciation of the Chinese word Chan, which in turn comes from the Sanskrit term dhyana, meaning meditation or absorption. However, Zen is not merely about sitting quietly in meditation. It's about bringing complete awareness to every aspect of life, infusing each moment with mindfulness and presence. A famous Zen saying illustrates this well. Before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. The essence of Zen is not about changing the activities themselves, but transforming the quality of awareness with which we engage in them. Zen teaches that enlightenment is not an escape from the world, but a way of engaging more fully with it. Zen's methods of awakening. Zen masters use various techniques to help their students break free from habitual repetitive thinking and experience direct insight. One well-known method is the use of koans, paradoxical statements or questions designed to go beyond logical reasoning. Questions like, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Or what was your original face before your parents were born? Are not meant to be answered by the rational mind. Instead, they are designed to exhaust the thinking process and open the door to direct intuitive realization. Another key practice in Zen is zazen, which literally means just sitting. In this form of meditation, one simply sits in a posture of alert awareness, paying attention to the breath and allowing thoughts, sensations, and feelings to arise and fade without getting attached to them. Zen meditation is not about achieving altered states of consciousness or mental states. It's about being completely present with whatever arises without seeking anything or trying to achieve any particular result. The focus of Zen meditation is to be rather than to do. In this space of simply being one, becomes intimately connected with the present moment without the need to analyze, judge, or categorize. Zen arts and the beauty of ordinary life. One of the distinctive qualities of Zen is its deep influence on the arts. Zen has had a profound impact on Japanese calligraphy, garden design, flower arrangement, pottery, and the tea ceremony. These arts are not just decorative practices, but are reflections of Zen principles, such as simplicity, directness, naturalness, and a deep appreciation for imperfection. Zen's aesthetic emphasizes the beauty found in simplicity and the natural world. For example, a tea bowl with subtle, irregular markings may be considered more valuable than a perfectly symmetrical one. A Zen garden may include weathered stones and sparse arrangements to evoke the beauty of impermanence and the natural processes of aging and decay. This appreciation for imperfection and transience is sometimes called wabi-sabi, which finds beauty in the incomplete and the fleeting. What is remarkable about this Zen approach is its ability to find the profound in the most ordinary elements of life. A simple weathered tea bowl, a small arrangement of flowers, or the placement of a single stone in a Zen garden all embody the Zen values of mindfulness, simplicity, and appreciation for the fleeting nature of existence. In Zen, we don't need grand gestures or elaborate rituals to connect with the deeper truths of life. Every moment, every action is an opportunity to experience the profound interconnectedness of all things. Zen in everyday life. Zen does not seek to create special or extraordinary experiences that are separate from the flow of daily life. Instead, it teaches that enlightenment is not something distant or exotic. It is the true nature of our everyday experiences when seen with clear eyes. The highest form of spiritual attainment in Zen is not marked by outward signs of religiosity or spiritual grandeur. As one Chinese poem beautifully expresses entering the forest, he does not disturb a blade of grass. Entering the water, he does not make a ripple. This Zen ideal suggests that the most spiritually attuned individuals live in harmony with the world, moving through life without attracting attention to their own spiritual identity. There is no outward sign of their inner peace or enlightenment. Their spirituality is in their being, not in any display of it. Zen teachings often focus on the ordinary, everyday objects and experiences. The most famous Zen poem by the Japanese master Basho simply states, "An old pond, a frog jumps and plop." There is no deep philosophical analysis in this poem. It is simply an observation of the present moment, a frog jumping into a pond causing a splash. Yet this seemingly simple moment, when fully experienced, contains the essence of Zen. The splash is not symbolic of anything else. It is simply what it is, a splash. And in that splash, when truly heard or witnessed, is the entirety of life impermanent simplicity and the profound nature of the present moment. The double bind and Zen practice. A central teaching method in Zen is what might be called the double bind, a situation in which a person is faced with contradictory demands that cannot both be fulfilled. Society often places us in such binds, presenting us with expectations that are in conflict with one another. For example, we are told that we must be free and natural, yet how can we obey a command to be free or natural? The very act of trying to be free or natural creates a contradiction. Zen teachers deliberately place students in these double binds to provoke a breakthrough in their thinking. One classic example of this is when a Zen teacher demands, "Show me your true self." The student is then caught in an impossible situation. Any attempt to present themselves as genuine immediately becomes contrived and inauthentic, while doing nothing at all is also a form of effort. The teacher has placed the student in a paradox, making it impossible to satisfy the demand by rational means. This kind of contradiction is central to Zen practice, and it often appears when we try to eliminate desires that lead to suffering. If you ask a Zen teacher to help you eliminate desire, they might point out that your desire to eliminate desire is still a desire. The very act of trying to rid yourself of desire becomes another form of desire. The same applies to trying to escape reality. When you try to escape, you are still chasing after something. Even the act of trying not to escape becomes another form of escape. In Zen, this predicament is described as a mosquito trying to bite an iron bull, a position so extreme that no action can resolve it. The student is left in a place where both doing something and doing nothing are equally futile. But it is precisely in this situation that the Zen practitioner has the potential to break free from their attachment to the ego. When you find yourself caught in a paradox, unable to do anything, and unable to avoid action, you suddenly realize the illusory nature of the self. The ego, as we typically understand it, is not a fixed separate entity, but a social construct, a figment of the imagination that has no real substance. The Zen paradox of practice. This is why Zen says that when the wrong person uses the right methods can work in the wrong way. A person might approach meditation with the goal of becoming a Buddha, but if they are practicing with the wrong attitude, if they are striving to gain something or attain a specific outcome, the method itself can become counterproductive. Zen is not about striving or achieving, but about letting go of the need to achieve. Meditation is not a tool for becoming someone else. It is a way to simply be present with who you already are. The Zen approach to practice is about freeing yourself from the pursuit of gain and realizing that you are already whole. There is nothing to attain, nothing to become, and no separate self to protect. The more we strive for something, whether it is an identity, a goal, or an outcome, the more we remain trapped in the cycle of desire. Zen practice encourages us to let go of this striving and instead simply experience each moment as it is without the need for it to be anything other than what it is. In the end, the most profound teachings of Zen do not come from intellectual understanding, but from direct experience. The paradoxes, the questions, and the practices are all designed to bring us back to the simplicity of the present moment and to reveal that the path to awakening is not about becoming anything, but realizing what is already here. The paradox of selfishness and true practice. In Zen, there is a deep paradox if you approach the practice with selfish intent, seeking something, or trying to gain something, you will defeat the very purpose of the practice. The practice of Zen is meant to free us from selfishness, not to reinforce it. When you engage in Zen with the desire to succeed, to attain enlightenment, or to become a better version of yourself, you are trapped by the very thing Zen seeks to dissolve self-centeredness. The path to awakening is not about striving to become something, but about letting go of the need to become anything at all. The religion of no religion. The phrase, the religion of no religion, perfectly captures the paradoxical nature of Zen. It is not that Zen rejects religion entirely. Rather, it recognizes both the value and the limitations of religious forms. Think of religion as a raft used to cross a river. When you finally reach the other shore, you don't carry the raft with you. You leave it behind. But some people become so attached to the raft, the form, the rituals, the practices, that they continue to carry it back and forth across the river, never truly reaching the other shore. In this metaphor, the teacher is like a ferryman who endlessly crosses the river without ever truly arriving. The goal, however, is not to stay on the raft forever, but to cross the river and be free. The religious form, the raft, serves its purpose for a time, but when it becomes an end in itself, it no longer serves its true function. This is why Zen often challenges attachment to religious practices and rituals. The purpose is not to remain on the raft forever, but to use it to help others cross the river and then leave it behind. When too many people crowd onto the raft, they mistake the means for the end. The practice becomes a way to hold on to a fixed identity or belief rather than a tool for liberation. The Bodhisattva ideal in Zen. In Zen, the Bodhisattva ideal represents a profound aspect of enlightenment, to awaken and return to the world without attachment. The 10 Ox. Herding pictures. A famous series of Zen paintings that depict the stages of spiritual development illustrate this process. In the final image, the person has attained enlightenment, represented by earlier pictures in the series, and returns to the marketplace with bliss-bestowing hands to help others. However, this person appears entirely ordinary with no outward sign of their spiritual attainment. The bodhisattva is someone who has realized enlightenment, but returns to the world to help others not for personal gain or recognition, but out of compassion for all beings. As one Zen saying reminds us, to return to the source is not the same as never having left. The truly enlightened person does not reject the world. Instead, they engage with it from a place of wisdom and compassion, seeing all things as interconnected and impermanent. Rinzai's radical teaching. Zen master Rinzai once said, "If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him." This shocking statement may seem violent, but it points to a crucial teaching in Zen. Even the Buddha, or any sacred image, can become an object of attachment. True awakening involves letting go of all concepts and images, including the most sacred ones. We must be willing to release our attachment to religious figures, rituals, and ideas in order to experience the direct truth of the present moment. This teaching is a reminder that our journey is not about clinging to external concepts of spiritual attainment, but about transcending all dualities and concepts to experience life as it truly is. By letting go of even the Buddha, our most cherished spiritual ideals, we can break free from the cycle of attachment and fully experience the impermanence and interconnectedness of all things. The modern relevance of Zen. What makes Zen so relevant today is its universal appeal and its capacity to speak to people across cultures and traditions. Although Zen emerged from specific Buddhist practices, its essence points to a deeper wisdom found in many traditions, the possibility of living with greater awareness, presence, and freedom from the habitual patterns of thinking and reacting that dominate our lives. In our hyper-connected yet often profoundly disconnected world, Zen's emphasis on being fully present offers a path toward greater wholeness and authenticity. We are constantly distracted, our attention bouncing between the past and the future, while the present moment, the only moment we truly experience, slips by unnoticed. The Tiger and the Man. A Zen story. A traditional Zen story addresses this directly. A man was running across a field when he encountered a tiger. Fleeing for his life, he ran toward the edge of a cliff. There he grabbed hold of a vine and began to climb down. But looking down, he saw another tiger waiting below. He was caught between the two tigers with nowhere to escape. At that moment, he noticed a small wild strawberry growing beside him. He reached out, plucked the strawberry, and tasted it. "How sweet it is," he said. This story symbolizes the Zen teaching that even in the face of life's greatest challenges, we have the opportunity to experience the sweetness of the present moment. No matter how chaotic or difficult life becomes, we can find peace in the simple, fleeting moments of life. Zen invites us to stop chasing after the future or clinging to the past, and to fully experience the present moment just as it is. Zen teaches us to embrace life with all its contradictions, its impermanence, and its simplicity. The path is not about seeking special experiences, but about finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, the profound in the fleeting, the wild strawberry, and the present moment. The Zen story of the man running from the tiger captures a powerful lesson about being present even amid challenges. The man caught between two tigers and facing the gnawing mice that represent the passing of time finds himself on the edge of a cliff. With no escape, he holds onto a vine and notices a wild strawberry growing nearby. With one hand gripping the vine for safety, he picks the strawberry with the other and tastes its sweetness. The story isn't about ignoring the difficulties or dangers that surround us. It is about our ability to fully experience the present moment, no matter the circumstances. The tigers in the story symbolize the fears and worries that stem from the past and the future, which often paralyze us with anxiety. The mice represent time which relentlessly passes, making us aware of the impermanence of everything. But in the moment, there is also the wild strawberry, an opportunity to be fully alive and aware, to experience the sweetness of life as it is, even in the face of difficulties. Zen asks, can we taste that strawberry? Can we embrace the moment fully, even while acknowledging the challenges we face? This story is a reminder that our capacity to be present is not dependent on perfect circumstances, but on our ability to engage with the present, no matter how complex or difficult it may seem. Digital distraction and Zen. In today's world, we are confronted with a new challenge: digital distraction. The ancient Zen masters could not have foreseen the constant pull of technology. Many of us wake up and immediately check our phones, and we continue to check them throughout the day, sometimes even in the middle of conversations with loved ones. Studies show that the average person checks their phone over 150 times a day, often unconsciously. This constant fragmentation of our attention prevents us from being fully present and reshapes our brains in a way that makes sustained focus increasingly difficult. A modern Zen approach might involve noticing the impulse to check your phone without immediately acting on it. Instead of mindlessly reaching for the device, we can bring awareness to the urge. What is driving this compulsion? Is it a fear of missing something important? A sense of boredom? Anxiety? By bringing mindfulness to this automatic habit, we can begin to unravel its unconscious hold over us. Zen does not demonize technology. Rather, it invites us to become aware of our habitual patterns and how they affect our presence. Most phone checking is not driven by necessity, but by restlessness, or the feeling that something better might be happening elsewhere. This impulse is the opposite of Zen's emphasis on fully experiencing the present moment. Facing difficult emotions with Zen. Another domain where Zen offers profound insight is in our relationship with difficult emotions, such as anxiety and fear. In our modern world, many of us go to great lengths to avoid uncomfortable feelings, turning to distractions, substances, or keeping ourselves constantly busy. But Zen presents a radically different approach. Instead of trying to push anxiety away or avoid it, Zen encourages us to get curious about it. What if instead of fighting anxiety, we simply observed it with mindfulness? Where do we feel it in the body? What sensations are present in the body when anxiety arises? Does it remain the same, or does it shift as time goes on? By turning our awareness toward the feelings of anxiety without judgment or resistance, we begin to realize that anxiety is not a solid, unchanging entity. It is a collection of shifting sensations: tightness in the chest, shallow breathing, tingling in the hands, and so on. When we stop fighting our emotions and instead bring kind awareness to them, they lose their grip over us. Anxiety may still arise, but it no longer has the power to control us. It simply becomes a temporary experience that we can observe rather than something that defines us or dictates our actions. By treating emotions with curiosity and compassion, they lose their ability to overwhelm us. The power of mindful awareness. Zen practice teaches that our relationship with our emotions, distractions, and even life's greatest challenges can shift when we learn to be present with them. This presence, grounded in mindful awareness, allows us to step outside the cycle of striving and reacting. By being fully engaged with each moment, we break free from the habitual patterns that often keep us stuck. Whether it's a wild strawberry in the midst of danger, a digital distraction, or the surge of anxiety, Zen encourages us to engage with the present moment without trying to escape or control it. In this way, we find the freedom to live fully, just as we are in each passing moment. Resistance and the creation of suffering. Zen teaches a profound truth. Resistance creates suffering. When we fight against what is already happening, whether it's anxiety, physical pain, or difficult circumstances, we generate tension that only amplifies our distress. Instead of resisting the flow of life, Zen encourages us to meet experiences with open awareness. By accepting what is, we can discover a freedom that isn't dependent on circumstances being a certain way. This is the essence of Zen's approach to life, allowing things to unfold as they are, without the need to control or manipulate them. When we stop resisting, we create space for peace, even in the midst of challenges. Beyond achievement, the Zen approach to work and life. In the fast-paced world of work and achievement, Zen offers counterintuitive wisdom. While modern culture often celebrates ambition and the constant pursuit of self-improvement, Zen suggests that this relentless striving for success can undermine the very satisfaction we seek. Many of us are conditioned to think that our worth is tied to what we accomplish, and so we constantly push forward, chasing one goal after another. A Zen master might ask a high-achieving CEO, "With all this planning and achieving, when do you actually live?" Zen challenges the idea that life is something we can postpone until after we reach a future goal. The Zen master might ask, "Are you constantly preparing to live when all your goals are achieved? When was the last time you fully experienced a cup of tea without thinking about what comes next?" This reflects a key Zen insight. Life only happens now. Our plans and ambitions have their place, but when we get caught in endless striving for a future that may never come, we miss the actual experience of living. Zen encourages us to find fulfillment in the present moment, to enjoy the process, rather than postponing our sense of aliveness until we have achieved some future milestone. Many high achievers discover too late that reaching their goals doesn't bring the fulfillment they expected. After achieving success, they often experience a hollow feeling of, "Is this all there is?" Zen doesn't tell us to abandon meaningful work or ambitions. Rather, it invites us to hold them more lightly, to find satisfaction in the journey itself, and to recognize that true contentment comes not from the outcome, but from how we engage with the present moment. Zen and mortality, embracing impermanence. Zen offers valuable insights into our relationship with aging, illness, and mortality. In modern culture, these natural processes are often viewed as problems to be solved or enemies to be fought. This perspective creates tremendous suffering as we inevitably encounter the reality of our own mortality. Zen, however, teaches us to approach these realities with awareness, compassion, and acceptance. A hospice nurse who practiced Zen shared how it transformed her approach to caring for dying patients. While her medical training had taught her to see death as a failure to be prevented, Zen helped her understand death as a natural transition that could be approached with presence and compassion. She recalled sitting with a patient in his final hours. Instead of filling the space with nervous chatter or medical procedures, she simply sat quietly, attuned to his breathing. At one point, the patient opened his eyes and whispered, "Thank you for not being afraid to be here with me." These words revealed how our fear of mortality often prevents us from being fully present with those who need us most. Zen doesn't offer easy answers about death or try to eliminate our natural fear of it. Instead, it invites us to face impermanence directly without pushing it away or pretending it doesn't exist. By becoming intimate with the reality that nothing lasts forever, we can learn to live more fully and be more present in the fleeting moments we have. Zen encourages us to embrace life in its full impermanence, acknowledging that death, aging, and illness are natural parts of the human experience. When we accept these truths, we can live with a deeper sense of gratitude and presence, knowing that each moment is precious, not because it is permanent, but because it is fleeting. Embracing impermanence and the beauty of aging, Zen teaches us that nothing in this life is permanent. Our possessions, relationships, bodies, and even our identities will eventually change or fade. By acknowledging that nothing lasts forever, we can come to appreciate the preciousness of each moment and live with less fear and attachment. This perspective is especially powerful as we approach the end of life. A person who has lived authentically without being deceived by fleeting desires or false dreams grows more peaceful and innocent with age. In death, such a person becomes even more beautiful than in life. Their aging process does not bring decay, but rather magnificence. A special radiance surrounds them, and they seem to embody something eternal and absolute. This is the way life should unfold, as a journey of growth, evolution, and spiritual awakening. On the other hand, if aging makes a person bitter or weary, it is a sign that they have spent their life pursuing desires that only wound them, like trying to lick honey from a knife blade. When we chase after things that cannot satisfy us, we become wounded by our own desires, and old age turns dry and tedious. People who live without true awareness struggle to face death peacefully, but someone who lives fully, who burns brightly like a candle at both ends, brings light to their final moments. Such a person's life shines brightest as they approach the end, and in their final moments, they become like a powerful flame. Their being concentrates into that one moment, radiating light, and their passing becomes something beautiful to witness. Seeing beyond our stories, Zen also offers profound insights for our relationships with others. Many of us approach relationships with preconceived ideas about who the other person is, how they should behave, and what we need from them. These expectations often create disappointment, frustration, and conflict when the reality of the other person doesn't match our mental images or desires. In one story, a couple on the brink of divorce attended a Zen-based relationship retreat as a last resort. During an exercise, they were instructed to sit quietly and look at each other for 5 minutes without speaking. For many couples, the act of truly seeing each other without the filter of past grievances, future worries, or preconceived narratives can be a life-changing experience. Afterwards, the husband said, "I saw my wife today for the first time in years, not who I think she is or who I want her to be, but who she actually is right now." This moment of true seeing created an opening for genuine connection, one that transcended their long-held stories about each other. This practice of seeing others without preconceptions applies to all our relationships. How often do we interact with others based on our ideas about who they are, rather than meeting them freshly in each moment. How often do we half listen while preparing our response or checking our phones? Zen teaches us that when we truly look deeply at others, we recognize that they are not separate from us. Their joy and suffering are our joy and suffering, and this understanding naturally gives rise to compassion, not as a moral obligation, but as a natural expression of our deep interconnection, Zen, and compassion in relationships. In this way, Zen helps us see beyond our mental stories and judgments, enabling us to experience a deeper, more authentic connection with those around us. It teaches us to be fully present, to engage with others without the filter of past expectations, and to recognize that we are all part of the same web of life. This insight fosters compassion, a compassionate presence that arises naturally from the understanding that we are not separate from each other. Zen's teachings invite us to transcend the constant mental chatter that clouds our interactions and to meet others as they truly are, without the distortion of our projections. This practice, when applied to our relationships, can transform how we connect with others, offering us a path to deeper understanding, compassion, and connection. The story of two monks and the woman. There is a Zen story about two monks walking together along a muddy road. As they journeyed, they encountered a lovely young woman dressed in a silk kimono. She was unable to cross a large puddle without ruining her clothes. Without hesitation, the elder monk picked her up and carried her across the puddle, setting her down safely on the other side. Afterward, the two monks continued their journey in silence. 5 hours later, the younger monk, unable to keep his thoughts to himself, said, "As monks, we are not supposed to touch women, especially beautiful ones." "Why did you do that?" The elder monk replied, "I left the woman by the puddle 5 hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" This story offers a profound lesson. How often do we carry the past with us long after the moment has passed? Something happens. Perhaps someone cuts us off in traffic, a colleague makes a thoughtless remark, or a family member forgets an important date. The actual event might last only seconds, but we often carry it for hours, days, or even years, replaying it in our minds, having imaginary arguments, and building elaborate cases for how we've been wronged. Meanwhile, life continues unfolding in the present, but we miss it because we're lost in our stories about the past. Zen teaches us to release the past so we can fully experience the present moment, the inner critic and self-acceptance. Zen also offers profound wisdom for dealing with one of the most universal human challenges, the inner critic. Most of us have an internal voice that judges, criticizes, and finds us lacking in countless ways. Over time, this voice becomes so familiar that we mistake it for reality or even for wisdom. But in reality, this inner critic is just a conditioned thought pattern that causes unnecessary suffering. A writer struggling with creative blocks attended a Zen retreat. During a private meeting with the teacher, he confessed, "Whenever I sit down to write, a voice in my head tells me my ideas are worthless and that I'm fooling myself to think I have any talent." The Zen teacher asked, "When you hear that voice, who is hearing it?" This simple question stopped the writer in his tracks. He realized there was a space of awareness in him that could observe the critical voice rather than identifying with it completely. The teacher suggested that each time the critical voice arose, he should simply note thinking and return to his breath before continuing to write. This simple practice created enough space for the writer to recognize that the inner critic was not the truth about him. it was merely a habitual thought pattern. By neither fighting against the voice nor believing it, he found the freedom to create despite its continuing presence. This story illustrates a fundamental Zen insight. We are not our thoughts. Thoughts arise and pass like clouds in the sky, but the sky itself, the awareness that holds them, remains spacious and clear. By learning to identify with this awareness, rather than with the contents of our thoughts, we can find freedom from the tyranny of self-judgment. The freedom of awareness, the key to freedom in Zen, lies in awareness. Instead of being trapped by our thoughts, emotions, or stories, Zen invites us to observe them from a place of stillness. The thoughts may continue to arise, but we no longer identify with them. We are the sky, not the clouds. This shift in perspective frees us from the cycle of self-criticism, allowing us to live with greater clarity, creativity, and peace. When we stop identifying with our inner critic, we open the door to a deeper understanding of ourselves and our potential. The judgmental voice becomes less powerful, and the space of awareness expands. In that space, we are free to act, create, and live authentically, without being bound by the constant chatter of self-doubt. Zen teaches us that true freedom is found not in the absence of thoughts, but in our ability to observe them without becoming attached to them. It is in recognizing the impermanence of our mental patterns that we can break free from their hold and live more fully in the present moment. Zen and the wisdom of simplicity. The wisdom of Zen extends beyond the mind and emotions to how we relate to possessions and consumption. Our culture constantly bombards us with messages telling us we need more clothes, more gadgets, more experiences to be happy. Yet many people find that accumulating more possessions only provides temporary satisfaction, and the craving for more soon returns, leaving them empty once again. A successful businessman who practiced Zen shared his experience of downsizing. He moved from a large house filled with expensive belongings to a simple apartment that contained only what he truly needed and valued. The process was not about denying himself luxuries, but about uncovering what truly contributed to his well-being versus what merely added clutter to his life and mind. With fewer possessions to maintain and no longer needing to invest time, energy, and resources in unnecessary things, he experienced a sense of freedom and clarity that he hadn't felt before. His Zen practice became one of noticing the impulse to acquire new things and asking himself whether they would genuinely enrich his life or simply add to the complexity and distraction. This approach mirrors the Zen aesthetic of simplicity, not as a rigid standard of minimalism, but as a natural expression of understanding what truly matters. When we stop constantly chasing after the next thing, we can fully appreciate what we already have, cultivating gratitude and contentment with the present moment. The search for fulfillment in external possessions. Psychologists have observed a fascinating phenomenon. People who feel powerless or empty on the inside often turn to material possessions to compensate. When someone feels weak or insecure internally, they might feel the need to buy the best car, wear the most fashionable clothes, or acquire other status symbols. These things serve as external symbols of power, masking their internal feelings of inadequacy. For a brief moment, the car speeding down the highway might make them feel powerful, but this is a fleeting sense of identity. They become identified with the car, finding their sense of self-worth in what they own rather than who they are. This external pursuit of validation often stems from an inner feeling of unworthiness. Psychologists have long noted that people with deep internal feelings of inferiority often develop the biggest ambitions. Many enter politics, for example, not because they want to serve, but because they are seeking validation and trying to prove something to themselves. What they lack on the inside, they attempt to fill with external accomplishments or possessions. But if you are complete within yourself, you no longer need to grasp for these external things. You can simply relax in your own peaceful presence. True fulfillment does not come from the outside world, but from within. It is only when we achieve inner peace that we can truly see our own beauty and understand who we really are. The origin and evolution of Zen. To appreciate Zen more fully, we must explore its historical origins and how it evolved over time. Zen did not emerge suddenly or in isolation. It developed from the rich soil of Buddhist thought and practice, which had been evolving for over 1,000 years. Buddhism originated in India with Siddhartha Gautama, the historical Buddha, around the 5th century BCE. As Buddhism spread across Asia, it adapted to different cultures, environments, and philosophical traditions. By the time Buddhism reached China in the 1st century CE, it had already undergone several transformations. In China, it integrated with indigenous traditions, including Taoism and Confucianism, which influenced the development of Chan Buddhism, the precursor to Zen. Chan Buddhism emphasized direct experience and meditation, transcending the philosophical and doctrinal focus of earlier Buddhist schools. This focus on direct experience over intellectual study was a key characteristic that would later define Zen. Zen eventually spread to Japan, where it found fertile ground and became deeply embedded in Japanese culture, influencing the art's philosophy and way of life. Zen's unique teachings, with its emphasis on meditation, mindfulness, and the present moment, began to resonate widely and deeply within Japanese society. Zen's evolution is a reflection of its adaptability and its capacity to meet people where they are, offering a path to awakening through simple, direct practice. It teaches us not just to think about enlightenment, but to experience it in every moment, in every action. Whether in the silence of meditation or in the daily routine of life, Zen offers a way to live more fully, more mindfully, and more authentically. The evolution and growth of Zen Buddhism, the particular form of Buddhism that would eventually become Zen, has its roots in the teachings brought to China by Bodhidharma, a legendary Indian monk who is said to have arrived in China around the 5th century CE. According to tradition, Bodhidharma had a memorable encounter with the Chinese emperor. When the emperor proudly listed all the temples he had built and good deeds he had done, Bodhidharma bluntly responded, "No merit whatsoever." This shocking reply encapsulates the Zen approach, cutting through conventional ideas of religious practice and pointing directly to the heart of awakening. Zen rejects the need for external achievements or rituals as the measure of spiritual progress, focusing instead on direct personal realization. Bodhidharma is credited with bringing a tradition of direct mind-to-mind transmission outside of scriptures, teaching that awakening could not be captured by words or texts. When asked what he taught, Bodhidharma is said to have responded, "A special transmission outside the scriptures, not founded upon words and letters, directly pointing to the human mind, seeing into one's nature and attaining Buddhahood." This transmission emphasized experiential insight over intellectual understanding, establishing the foundation for what would later become Chan Buddhism in China. The influence of Taoism on Chan Buddhism. In China, this tradition of direct experience merged with the indigenous philosophies of Taoism, which emphasized naturalness, simplicity, and harmony with the flow of nature. This synthesis resulted in a uniquely Chinese form of Buddhism that deeply valued experience over theory. Chan Buddhism emerged as a powerful movement during the Tang Dynasty, 618–907 CE, considered a golden age for Chinese culture. Masters such as Winning-Mazu Linji and Xiao developed distinctive teaching styles that employed surprising and sometimes shocking tactics to disrupt their students' conceptual thinking, helping them break free from intellectual barriers and experience the truth directly. The spread of Chan to Korea and Japan. As Chan Buddhism spread to Korea, it became known as Seon, and later, when it reached Japan in the 12th century, it evolved into what we now call Zen. Each culture added its own unique elements to the practice, adapting it to their local customs and spiritual frameworks. In Japan, Zen became deeply intertwined with nearly every aspect of culture, from architecture and garden design to pottery, painting, calligraphy, and even everyday activities like serving tea and arranging flowers. The Zen aesthetic, with its emphasis on simplicity, mindfulness, and naturalness, profoundly shaped Japanese culture. Zen in the modern world. Today, Zen has spread across the globe and continues to evolve as it encounters diverse cultures and practitioners. While its essential focus remains on direct experience, Zen adapts its forms and practices to meet the needs of contemporary practitioners, often in a variety of settings, from urban environments to more rural, retreat-based practices. The core teachings of Zen awareness, presence, and insight into the nature of mind remain universally applicable, regardless of time, place, or culture. Different schools of Zen. Within the Zen tradition, several different schools have emerged, each with its own particular emphasis and approach. In Japan, the two main schools are Rinzai and Soto, with a third smaller school called Obaku. Each of these schools has its unique characteristics and methods of teaching. Rinzai Zen was founded by the Chinese master Linji, known as Rinzai in Japanese. This school places a heavy emphasis on sudden awakening and uses koans, paradoxical questions or statements designed to break through conceptual thinking. Koans are often used as tools for meditation, helping students to move beyond intellectual understanding and into direct experiential insight. In Rinzai training, a student might spend years working on a single koan, meditating on it until the mind is exhausted, allowing a breakthrough of understanding to occur. Soto Zen, on the other hand, is often associated with shikantaza, or just sitting meditation. This school emphasizes gradual awakening through mindfulness and presence in each moment, with less reliance on koans and more focus on silent, open meditation. The Soto approach emphasizes the importance of bringing mindfulness into all aspects of life, cultivating a deep awareness of the present moment through simple everyday actions. Obaku Zen is the smallest of the three schools and is influenced by both Rinzai and Soto traditions. It incorporates elements from both approaches, blending the use of koans with a focus on meditation and mindfulness. The role of koans and kensho in Zen practice. In Zen practice, koans, paradoxical questions or statements, are used to help break through the conceptual thinking of the mind. One famous koan, for example, is "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" This seemingly nonsensical question challenges the student to go beyond intellectual analysis and directly experience the truth for themselves. The breakthrough experience that arises from working with a koan is known as kensho in Japanese, or sati in some traditions. Kensho is a moment of direct insight into one's true nature, a glimpse into the reality of who we really are, beyond the ego and the self-concept. It is often described as a flash of understanding or awakening, though it is not the end of the journey, but rather the beginning of a deeper exploration into one's true nature. The approach of Soto Zen Dogen's teaching, in contrast to the more dynamic and confrontational style of Rinzai Zen Soto Zen, founded by Dogen in the 13th century, emphasizes shikantaza, or just sitting. This approach is centered around sitting in meditation without any particular goal or technique, simply being present with whatever arises. The practice is gentle and gradual, focusing not on achieving enlightenment, but on the expression of enlightenment in every moment. Dogen taught that meditation is not a means to become enlightened, but rather the expression of enlightenment itself. For Dogen, practice and enlightenment are one. They are not separate. In Soto Zen, the emphasis is on simply sitting and being present, allowing the natural unfolding of awareness without striving for any particular outcome. The practice itself is the realization of the truth. Dogen's teaching highlights the importance of fully engaging with the present moment, seeing it as an expression of our innate enlightenment. Obaku Zen, a synthesis of traditions. The third and smallest school of Zen-Obaku Zen was introduced to Japan in the 17th century. It incorporated elements from Pure Land Buddhism, including the chanting of the Buddha's name, into the Zen practice. While it draws on elements of both Rinzai and Soto, Zen-Obaku, Zen is distinct in its integration of devotion and chanting, with the Zen focus on meditation and mindfulness. Despite these differences, all schools of Zen share the fundamental recognition that awakening is not something to be achieved in the future, but is our natural state, obscured only by our thinking and striving. Zen teachers and lineage direct transmission. One of the most important aspects of Zen is the relationship between teacher and student. Unlike many religious traditions that rely primarily on sacred texts, as their authority, Zen emphasizes direct transmission from teacher to student, what is called warm hand to warm hand transmission. This means that while Zen monasteries have extensive libraries and monks study Buddhist texts thoroughly, Zen recognizes that intellectual understanding alone does not lead to awakening. Instead, Zen requires direct experience, and the living presence of a teacher who embodies the teachings is essential. The Zen tradition traces its lineage back to the Buddha himself. The story goes that one day, instead of speaking, the Buddha simply held up a flower to the assembly. Only one disciple, Mahakasyapa, smiled in understanding, and this moment is considered the first transmission of Zen. It is a direct pointing beyond words, where the teaching is transmitted not through doctrines or scriptures, but through a direct unspoken understanding. This emphasis on lineage ensures that Zen remains a living tradition, not a set of ideas to be memorized or recited. Each generation of teachers brings fresh insight while maintaining a connection to the root teaching. As one Zen saying goes, not the same, not different. The teachings of Zen are alive and continuously evolving, but always remain rooted in the direct transmission of experience. The teacher's role in Zen. The role of the Zen teacher is not to provide answers, but to create the conditions where the student can discover their own insight. Zen teachers often employ methods that frustrate their students' attempts to grasp Zen intellectually, or use spiritual practice as a way to improve or protect the ego. A true Zen teacher acts as a mirror, reflecting the student back to themselves without distortion. The teacher's role is to guide the student through their own process of awakening, often in ways that challenge the student's preconceived ideas and attachments. Zen teachers may appear harsh or kind, challenging or supportive, but their ultimate concern is always the student's awakening, not their comfort. This dynamic is essential because Zen teaches that awakening often requires discomfort. It is through facing our attachments, misunderstandings, and egos that we break free from the mental patterns that obscure our true nature. A Zen teacher's work is to point directly at the mind of the student, helping them see the truth for themselves. This direct experiential transmission allows the student to realize that the truth is not something external, but something inherent within them. Zen practice is about discovering this truth through the guidance of a teacher who serves as a beacon of light, illuminating the path to awakening. Finding an authentic teacher in Zen. Finding an authentic teacher has traditionally been considered essential in Zen. While books, recordings, and online resources can provide valuable information, they cannot offer the kind of immediate feedback and challenge that comes from working with a living, breathing teacher. The relationship between teacher and student in Zen is based on direct transmission of wisdom, something that is difficult to capture in written or recorded form. An authentic teacher can help guide the student through the subtleties of Zen practice, providing challenges and insights that push the student beyond their mental limits. However, as Zen has spread across the globe, new forms of teaching and practice have emerged to make the tradition more accessible, even for those who may not have access to a traditional Zen teacher. Online resources. Local Zen centers and group practices have made it possible for more people to engage with Zen, even in places where access to a living teacher might be limited. While the presence of a teacher remains invaluable, these new forms of practice offer opportunities for practitioners to explore Zen teachings and deepen their understanding. The heart of Zen practice, Zazen. At the core of Zen practice lies Zazen, or seated meditation. Unlike some forms of meditation that focus on achieving altered states of consciousness or cultivating particular qualities, Zazen is often described as simply just sitting. In Soto, Zen particularly, the emphasis is on shikantaza, which translates to just sitting, without any technique or goal. This is the essence of Zazen, to take a stable posture and sit with full presence without attempting to control the experience or force any outcome. In the traditional practice of Zazen, one sits cross-legged on a cushion with the spine erect, hands forming a mudra, a ritual gesture, and eyes open with the gaze lowered. The posture itself is important as it embodies dignity and presence. It is not about struggling to attain a state of enlightenment, but about fully embodying the awakened state as it is. Zen master Suzuki Roshi famously said, "You are perfect just as you are, and you could use a little improvement." This paradox captures the essence of Zazen we practice diligently, while recognizing that what we are seeking is already fully present in each moment. Zazen sounds deceptively simple, and in many ways it is, but that simplicity is what makes it so difficult. Our minds are conditioned to be constantly busy, thinking, planning, remembering, worrying, and fantasizing. When we first sit down to practice Zazen, we often discover just how restless our minds are. It can be quite shocking to realize how rarely we are truly present in our own lives. The practice of Zazen, returning to the present moment. In Zazen, the goal is not to stop thinking or empty the mind, because doing so would simply be another form of striving. Instead, we allow thoughts to come and go, without getting caught up in them. When we notice that we've been carried away by a thought, we gently bring our focus back to the direct experience of sitting, feeling the sensation of the breath, the weight of the body, the sounds around us. Over time, this practice reveals something profound. We are not our thoughts. There is a spacious awareness that holds thoughts, but is not defined by them. This awareness is always present, but it is often overlooked because we are caught up in the content of our experience, the thoughts, emotions, and stories we tell ourselves. The Zen practice of Zazen invites us to shift our focus from the content of our experience to the context in which that experience occurs. It is not about controlling or eliminating thoughts, but about recognizing that we are the awareness in which thoughts arise, rather than the thoughts themselves. The importance of physical posture in Zazen. The physical posture in Zazen is significant. Sitting with dignity and awareness is an embodiment of the awakened state. It is not a struggle to attain enlightenment, but rather an expression of the enlightenment that is already within us. Zazen, then, is a way to live enlightenment in the present moment, not something we seek to achieve in the future, but something we express fully right now as we sit in stillness. As Zen master Suzuki Roshi expressed, we are already perfect, just as we are, and yet there is always room for refinement. This practice of sitting with presence and awareness teaches us to engage with the present moment fully, while also allowing for continuous growth and improvement. Zazen is a practice of accepting things as they are without judgment, while also striving for clarity, compassion, and wisdom. The transformative power of Zazen. In Zen monasteries, monks might sit for hours each day with Zazen sessions, lasting anywhere from 25 to 45 minutes, often followed by kin walking meditation. For lay practitioners, even a regular practice of 20 to 30 minutes of Zazen can be transformative. Over time, Zazen cultivates a deep sense of awareness that carries into every aspect of life, from our work to our relationships. While the formal practice of Zazen provides the foundation for Zen, Zen is not confined to the meditation cushion. The awareness and mindfulness cultivated during Zazen can be carried into daily life, infusing even the most mundane tasks with presence and clarity. Zen teaches us that enlightenment is not found in some future moment, but is available in the here and now. Every moment, every action can be a reflection of the awakened state. Zen in daily life. Zen practice doesn't stop when we leave the meditation cushion. It extends into every moment of our lives. As another Zen saying puts it, Zen is not some kind of excitement, but concentration on our usual, everyday routine. The Zen mindset is about bringing the qualities of awareness, presence, and compassion into the activities of our everyday life. The ultimate goal of Zen practice is not to have extraordinary experiences during meditation, but to live with mindfulness in each moment, whether we are sitting in Zazen or going about our daily tasks. This is sometimes called carrying the meditation pillow on your head, taking the qualities cultivated in formal meditation practice and bringing them into all activities. Zen practitioners work with this by practicing mindful attention to everyday tasks. Cooking, cleaning, gardening, and even using the bathroom can all become opportunities for practice. This is not about making these activities special or spiritual in an exaggerated sense, but simply about being fully present for them just as they are. Zen in the simple act of living. There is a famous Zen story about a monk who asked his teacher, "How do you practice Zen?" The teacher replied, "When you're hungry, eat. When you're tired, sleep. The monk responded, "But that's what everyone does." The teacher smiled and said, "No, it isn't. Most people eat while thinking about 100 other things. They sleep while dreaming of 1,000 things. They don't just eat and just sleep." This story highlights the difference between simply performing actions and being fully present for them. Most of us go through life on autopilot, consumed by thoughts of the past or future, rarely experiencing the richness of the present moment. Zen practice invites us to wake up from this trance and rediscover the aliveness available in ordinary experience. This doesn't require us to change what we do, but rather how we do it with full awareness without divided attention. Mindfulness in everyday life. The concept of mindfulness bells, developed by Vietnamese Zen teacher Thich Nhat Hanh, helps integrate mindfulness into daily life. He suggested using everyday cues like the ringing of a telephone or a red traffic light as reminders to return to present moment awareness. These reminders, which could be any recurring event in your day, a ping from a new email, walking through a doorway, or turning on a faucet, become invitations to come back to the present. In the modern context where life moves at a rapid pace and constant digital distractions demand our attention, bringing mindfulness into everyday moments is particularly crucial. We often find ourselves caught in a cycle of constant multitasking and shallow attention, but by consciously integrating Zen awareness into our daily activities, we create islands of presence in a sea of distraction. Each small act can become an opportunity for mindfulness, and in doing so, we cultivate a more peaceful, centered existence. Zen and creativity. Zen has had a profound influence on the arts, both in Japan and worldwide. The Zen approach to creativity is not focused on self-expression in the Western sense, where the goal is often to convey individual identity or emotion. Instead, Zen creativity is about getting the self out of the way, allowing something more universal to emerge. This is not about forcing expression, but about creating from a space of deep awareness and presence. In traditional Zen arts, like calligraphy, painting pottery, and flower arrangement, practitioners undergo years of technical training to refine their skills. But the final step in the creative process is about letting go of ego and allowing the natural flow of creativity to emerge. Zen art is not about the artist trying to control or shape the outcome, but about being a vessel through which the creativity of the moment can manifest. In this way, Zen's influence on the arts challenges us to approach creativity not as an act of self-assertion, but as a practice of letting go, allowing the process to unfold naturally, without interference from the ego. Whether it's a brushstroke, a sculpture, or a flower arrangement, Zen teaches us that creativity is most profound when it arises from a state of calm awareness and openness, free from striving or attachment. The Zen approach to creativity in Zen creativity is not about forcing expression, but about letting go of technique to allow spontaneous natural expression to emerge. The true artist is one who disappears in the process, allowing the material to guide the creation rather than imposing their will on it. This is captured in the concept of controlled accident, where the artist works with the inherent qualities of the materials rather than against them, allowing something unexpected and unique to emerge. A pot, for instance, isn't forced into shape, but emerges organically through a conversation between the clay, the potter's hands, and the turning wheel. Zen-influenced arts often celebrate imperfection and transience. A crack in a tea bowl, for example, might be highlighted with gold rather than hidden with repairs. A flower arrangement might include a dying leaf, acknowledging the impermanence of all things. These aesthetic choices reflect Zen's deep insights into the nature of reality. Everything is subject to change, everything is imperfect, and beauty can be found in the transient. This approach to art and creativity challenges us to let go of the need for perfection and control, and instead embrace the flow of the creative process as it unfolds. In Zen, true art arises not from the artist's forceful expression, but from their ability to let go and allow the moment to shape the outcome. Creativity becomes a natural expression of the present, unburdened by judgment or the need to impress. The Zen influence on global creativity. Zen's influence on creativity extends far beyond traditional Asian arts. Artists and writers such as John Cage, Agnes Martin, Gary Snyder, and Leonard Cohen have all drawn inspiration from Zen. The beat poets of the 1950s were particularly influenced by Zen's emphasis on spontaneity and direct experience. These artists were drawn to Zen's non-attachment to outcomes and its focus on the creative process as a form of mindfulness. For anyone engaged in creative work, Zen offers valuable insights. The Zen practice of focusing on process over outcome, of working with the material rather than against it, and of allowing the work to emerge naturally rather than forcing it, can transform our relationship with creativity. Zen teaches us that creativity is not something we possess, but something we participate in when we let go of our egos and simply show up to the present moment. Zen and work, integrating practice into everyday tasks. In traditional Zen monasteries, work known as samu is considered an essential part of practice. Monks engage in everyday tasks like cooking, cleaning, gardening, and maintenance with the same mindful attention that they bring to formal meditation. This approach is in stark contrast to modern attitudes toward work, which often view it as something to endure, as a means to an end, something we do only to earn money or to have time for leisure. Zen suggests that any activity, when approached with full awareness, can be a vehicle for awakening. The key is not to focus on the results or rewards, but to immerse ourselves completely in the task at hand. When we give our full attention to the work itself, something shifts the boundary between the worker and the work dissolves. We enter a state known as flow, a psychological state of optimal experience where we are fully absorbed in the activity with no distinction between self and task. Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh suggests using the breath as an anchor while working. He teaches breathing in. I know I am breathing in. Breathing out, I know I am breathing out. This simple practice helps prevent our minds from wandering into worries about the future or rumination on the past, keeping us grounded in the present moment. By bringing our attention back to the breath, we return to the present and fully engage with the task at hand. Work as practice. This approach to work helps us see that the act of doing can be just as sacred as the act of sitting in meditation. Whether washing dishes, sweeping the floor, or answering emails, each task is an opportunity to practice mindfulness. Zen teaches that the path to awakening is not confined to meditation, but is embedded in every action. Through mindful work, we can bring the same presence we cultivate on the cushion into every aspect of our lives. Each moment becomes an opportunity to practice being fully present, to dissolve the boundary between work and meditation, and to experience the deep peace of awareness in every action. Zen reminds us that work like meditation is not about achieving an end goal, but about engaging fully with the present moment. Through mindfulness and work, we align our actions with our inner state, allowing the simplicity of being to permeate our everyday activities. Zen and single tasking. Zen practice emphasizes the importance of doing one thing at a time, a lesson that feels especially relevant in today's culture, which celebrates multitasking. In a world where we are constantly encouraged to juggle multiple tasks simultaneously, Zen reminds us that our attention is inherently limited. When we try to do too many things at once, we often end up doing none of them well, and we deplete our mental resources in the process. Zen invites us to focus fully on one task before moving on to the next. By giving our undivided attention to each activity, we not only produce better results, but we also experience greater satisfaction and a calmer mind. When we focus on one thing at a time, our minds become more settled, less scattered. We might even find that we get more done with less effort simply because we are not wasting energy switching between tasks or recovering from distractions. This approach to life allows us to appreciate the richness of each moment and fosters a deep sense of presence in whatever we are doing. Rethinking the purpose of work. Zen challenges us to reconsider the very purpose of work. In modern society, work is often viewed primarily as a means to earn a living, a necessary task to support ourselves and our families. But Zen offers a deeper perspective. Work is an opportunity to contribute to the well-being of all life and to express our deepest values. Through work, we can develop ourselves as human beings, cultivating qualities like diligence, mindfulness, and compassion. When we approach work from this Zen perspective, even seemingly mundane tasks become meaningful. Washing dishes, sweeping floors, or answering emails can all become acts of mindfulness. Zen reminds us that no task is too small or insignificant to be approached with full awareness. By engaging in each task with presence and intention, we turn ordinary moments into opportunities for awakening and self-growth. Zen and ethical living. Although Zen is often associated with meditation and mystical insight, it also offers profound guidance for ethical living. Unlike many religious traditions that emphasize obedience to divine commandments, Zen ethics are grounded in a deep understanding of interconnectedness, the recognition that all life is interconnected and that our actions impact the whole web of existence. Traditional Buddhist ethics are expressed through the precepts which serve as guidelines for speech and action. These precepts are not seen as absolute rules handed down from an external authority, but as expressions of wisdom and compassion that we internalize through practice. In Zen, the most basic precepts include not killing, not stealing, not engaging in harmful sexual behavior, not lying, and not clouding the mind with intoxicants. However, Zen's approach to ethics is not based on fear of punishment or guilt. Rather, these precepts are embraced as a natural consequence of our growing recognition that harming others ultimately harms ourselves, since we are not separate from the interconnected web of life. Zen ethics, positive and contextual. Zen ethics are often approached in a positive rather than prohibitive way. For instance, instead of simply not killing, we might focus on acting with reverence for all life. Rather than just not lying, Zen encourages us to speak from a place of truthfulness and compassion. This subtle shift helps us see the precepts not as restrictions on our freedom, but as expressions of our awakened nature guidelines for living harmoniously and mindfully in the world. Beyond these specific precepts, Zen emphasizes the need for responsiveness to the unique circumstances of each situation. Ethical action is not a one-size-fits-all formula. What is helpful in one context might be harmful in another. Zen ethics teach us that awareness and discernment are essential in making ethical decisions rather than rigid adherence to rules or doctrines. This flexible, context-sensitive approach to ethics allows for wisdom and compassion to guide our actions, rather than simply following prescribed norms. A Zen story on ethical living. This flexible approach to Zen ethics is captured in a famous Zen story. A monk asked his teacher, "What is the essential meaning of Buddhism?" The teacher replied, "Do good, avoid evil, and do it for the benefit of all beings." This simple yet profound response highlights the core of Zen ethics to act in ways that bring benefit to others, cultivating a deep sense of interconnectedness and compassion in everything we do. Zen's emphasis on ethical living does not come from a place of dogma or fear, but from the natural outpouring of awakening. As we awaken to our interconnectedness with all life, our actions become more aligned with the well-being of others. In this way, Zen ethics are not about following external rules, but embodying the wisdom of mindfulness, compassion, and discernment in every moment. Zen and ethical living, the practice of purification. Zen teachings offer a simple yet profound approach to ethical living. In the Zen tradition, one of the core guidelines is, do good, avoid evil, purify your mind. When a monk asked his teacher for the essence of Buddhism, the teacher provided this concise summary. The monk responded, "That's so simple, even a child of 3 could understand it." To which the teacher replied, "Yes, but even an old person of 80 finds it difficult to practice." This story highlights a crucial point. Ethical understanding may be simple, but ethical living requires constant practice and attention. It's not enough to know what is right. We must actively embody this knowledge in our actions moment by moment. This is the essence of Zen ethics, to bring awareness and mindfulness to every decision we make, both large and small. In our complex modern world, Zen ethics provide a balanced path that avoids rigid moralism on one hand and relativism on the other. By grounding our ethical choices in awareness of interconnectedness, Zen offers a flexible yet solid foundation for navigating the challenges of ethical decision-making. Zen and relationships. Transformation through interdependence. Relationships are central to our human experience. They bring us some of our greatest joys, but also some of our most difficult challenges. Zen offers profound insights that can transform how we relate to others, whether in intimate partnerships, family dynamics, friendships, or community connections. One core teaching in Zen is that there is no separate self. When we truly understand this, we begin to see that the boundaries between ourselves and others are more fluid and interconnected than we often assume. This doesn't mean we lose our individuality, but it allows us to perceive our individuality within the larger context of interdependence. In Zen, we recognize that we are deeply connected with all beings, and our actions, words, and thoughts affect not only ourselves, but the world around us. From this understanding, the question of what can I get from this relationship shifts to how can this relationship help all involved to flourish? Zen invites us to move beyond transactional relationships, where we seek to maximize our own benefit and minimize our own cost, and approach relationships as shared journeys of growth and awakening. Relationships become opportunities for mutual support and mutual development, not just places to gain or protect our personal interests. Mindfulness in relationships, being fully present. Zen practice also teaches us to become more fully present in our relationships. How often do we find ourselves physically with someone, but mentally elsewhere? Our minds may be preoccupied with thoughts of work, dinner plans, or distractions, like scrolling through social media. This divided attention prevents genuine connection. When we are not fully present with others, we miss the chance to truly experience and appreciate the depth of the relationship. Zen teaches us that the essence of connection lies in mindful awareness. A simple practice for mindful communication is to truly listen when others speak. Most of us listen only partially, at best, while our minds are busy formulating our response or preparing for the next part of the conversation. Zen encourages us to listen completely, giving our full attention not just to the words being spoken, but to the person behind them. When we listen with this depth of awareness, people feel truly seen and heard, which is inherently healing. This kind of deep listening creates space for deeper connection and understanding, helping relationships to flourish. Non-attachment and mental images of others. Another essential aspect of Zen practice in relationships is non-attachment to fixed ideas or mental images of others. We all have a tendency to create mental pictures of the people in our lives, images that might look something like, she's always critical, or he never listens, or they're so self-centered. These images often contain elements of truth, but are by nature incomplete and limiting. In Zen, we learn to see people not through the lens of these fixed images, but as they are in the present moment. Instead of holding on to old judgments or preconceptions, we strive to meet others freshly each time we encounter them. This allows us to approach relationships without the burden of expectations or assumptions and enables a more fluid and compassionate connection. Non-attachment to fixed ideas and embracing change. Zen practice encourages us to let go of the need to control or categorize others. By letting go of our rigid images of who people are, we create space for growth and transformation within relationships. Just as we allow our thoughts to come and go in Zazen meditation, we can allow our perceptions of others to evolve and change, embracing the impermanence and fluidity of all things. This practice of non-attachment also helps us to forgive more easily. When we don't hold on to fixed judgments about others, we open ourselves to seeing their actions through a lens of compassion and understanding. Zen teaches us that people like us are always in the process of becoming. And by embracing that process, we cultivate deeper, more harmonious relationships. Zen and relationships. Letting go of fixed notions. Zen teaches us that fixed notions and mental images of others limit our ability to see them freshly in each moment. While these images may contain some truth, they fail to capture the full complexity of a person. These fixed ideas often prevent us from recognizing others' capacity for growth and change. When we cling to a static image of someone, we lock them into a role or behavior that may not reflect who they truly are in the present moment. By letting go of these preconceptions and approaching relationships with beginner's mind, a mind that is open to new possibilities rather than filled with old assumptions, we create space for genuine encounters and mutual growth. This doesn't mean we ignore problematic behaviors, but rather that we address them without reducing the whole person to just those behaviors. It's about seeing the person as they are now, rather than through the lens of past judgments or expectations. Self-awareness in relationships. Zen reminds us that our interactions with others reveal our own mind states just as much as they reveal something about the other person. When we feel irritated by someone's behavior, the irritation originates within our own consciousness. By noticing our reactions without immediately acting on them, we gain valuable insight into our own patterns. This self-awareness creates more choice in how we respond to others, allowing us to act with greater clarity and intentionality. The practice of noticing our reactions, whether they are triggered by irritation, frustration, or desire, helps us approach relationships with a sense of freedom. Rather than reacting automatically, we can pause, reflect, and respond skillfully. This internal awareness is the foundation of skillful, compassionate interaction. As we become more conscious of our projections, desires, and fears, we bring greater clarity and freedom to our relationships, reducing the likelihood of misunderstandings and emotional reactivity. Zen and conflict resolution. The wisdom of non-identification. Conflict is an inevitable part of human life. Whether between individuals within communities or on a larger scale between nations, differences in needs, values, and perceptions naturally lead to tension and disagreement. Zen doesn't offer a way to eliminate conflict entirely, but it provides insights that can help us approach conflict with greater wisdom and compassion. One key Zen insight is that conflict often escalates when we become identified with our positions. When we see our opinions or beliefs as an extension of our self-identity, a disagreement becomes personal, a threat to our ego or self-worth. From this reactive state, we often become defensive or aggressive, making resolution more difficult. Zen teaches us that our opinions and positions, while important, are not who we are. By holding them more lightly, we create space for genuine dialogue. This allows us to listen to differing viewpoints without feeling personally attacked and to express our own perspective without the need to win at all costs. Looking beneath positions, shared needs, and concerns. Zen encourages us to look beyond the surface of conflict to explore the deeper needs and concerns that are driving opposing positions. Often, people who seem to hold completely opposing views share common values or needs. By focusing on these shared underlying concerns, rather than on the surface-level disagreements, we can find creative solutions that address everyone's essential requirements. This approach fosters a sense of connection and collaboration rather than division. It helps us shift the focus from being right or winning to finding solutions that meet the needs of all parties involved. By recognizing that our positions are not fixed and that we can adjust our views to accommodate others' perspectives, we create space for a more harmonious and compassionate resolution. Zen and the body in conflict. Zen also teaches us to be attentive to the physical and emotional sensations that arise during conflict. When we feel threatened or triggered, our bodies often respond with tension, shallow breathing, rapid heartbeat, and other stress responses. Zen invites us to notice these bodily sensations without being controlled by them. Instead of allowing our stress reactions to dictate our responses, we can take a few deep breaths, center ourselves, and proceed with clarity. By becoming aware of the physical signs of stress, we can choose to step back, regain our composure, and return to a place of mindful presence. This practice of grounding ourselves in the present moment can help us respond to conflict with a clearer, more balanced mind, rather than reacting out of fear or defensiveness. Zen teaches that calmness in the face of conflict is not only possible, but essential for true resolution. Zen, Kansen and conflict, non-judgment, and the wisdom of reflection. In conflict, situations momentarily shifting attention to our physical sensations can help us access more of our intelligence and compassion. This is a valuable Zen practice that helps us stay grounded when emotions run high. Rather than being swept away by anger, frustration, or defensiveness, we can return to the present moment by focusing on our body's sensations, which allows us to respond with greater clarity and wisdom. The practice of non-judgment is particularly valuable in conflict resolution. This does not mean abandoning discernment or ethical standards, but rather suspending the automatic categorization of people and actions as good or bad, right or wrong. In Zen, we are encouraged to meet each situation with openness and acceptance, seeing its complexity rather than reducing it to simplistic judgments. By staying with the full complexity of a situation, we can develop a clearer understanding and respond with greater skill. Sometimes the wisest response to conflict is to create space to pause and not react immediately. As a Zen saying goes, when in doubt, don't. A moment of reflection, perhaps, with the help of meditation or by consulting with trusted others, can help us make a more considered response rather than one driven by immediate emotional reactivity. This approach allows us to act with greater awareness and integrity rather than from a place of emotional impulse. Zen and community conflict resolution. In community conflicts, Zen emphasizes the importance of creating processes that ensure all voices are heard with respect. This does not mean that everyone will get exactly what they want, but that each person's perspective is genuinely considered. When people feel heard, they are often more willing to accept outcomes that may differ from their initial preferences as they feel respected and valued in the process. Zen encourages us to hold conflict with a sense of humility and awareness. Rather than seeking to win an argument or force our point of view onto others, Zen teaches us to embrace the diversity of perspectives and to seek understanding. Respect for each person's experience and viewpoint fosters compassion, which creates space for creative solutions and mutual resolution. Zen's recognition of our shared humanity. Perhaps most fundamentally, Zen approaches conflict with a recognition of our shared humanity and interdependence. Even those with whom we strongly disagree are at their core like us seeking happiness and trying to avoid suffering. This recognition doesn't automatically resolve differences, but it creates a foundation of respect and compassion that makes reconciliation more likely. By acknowledging our common human experience, we are better able to approach others with empathy, opening the door for more peaceful, constructive interactions. Zen and mental health, awareness, and transformation. The relationship between Zen practice and mental health is complex and nuanced. While Zen is not a replacement for professional mental health care, it offers practices and insights that can significantly contribute to psychological well-being. At its core, Zen provides a profound understanding of the human mind, how it works, how it creates suffering, and how it can be transformed through meditation and mindful attention to daily activities. Zen teaches us to observe our thoughts and emotions without being completely identified with them or controlled by them. This capacity for mindful observation is what psychologists call metacognitive awareness, the ability to observe our own mental processes without becoming overwhelmed or absorbed by them. This awareness provides us with greater choice in how we respond to thoughts and emotions rather than reacting impulsively or automatically. For example, when anxiety arises, Instead of getting swept up in anxious thoughts and sensations, we can notice, anxiety is present, and relate to it with some space and clarity. Instead of becoming overwhelmed by the feeling, we can acknowledge it, sit with it, and observe it without judgment. Similarly, when negative self-talk arises, such as, "I'm not good enough," or "I always mess things up," we can recognize these as thoughts, just temporary mental events, rather than accepting them as absolute truths. Zen is a path to emotional freedom. By learning to notice and observe our thoughts without becoming them, Zen helps us break free from the habitual patterns of thought and emotion that often bind us. Through this practice, we gain the ability to respond to negative emotions and self-criticism with more equanimity, creating emotional space between stimulus and reaction. This space is where healing and transformation can occur. We are no longer controlled by our emotions, but able to choose how we respond to them, leading to a greater sense of inner peace and mental clarity. Zen's teachings on mindfulness and awareness thus offer powerful tools for mental health, helping us transform the way we relate to ourselves and others, reduce stress and anxiety, and develop a more compassionate and grounded approach to life. Zen and mental health, acceptance, and non-attachment. Zen practice offers profound insights into how we relate to our thoughts and emotions, especially in the context of mental health. It helps us develop greater acceptance of difficult experiences. Rather than fighting against uncomfortable emotions or trying to escape them through distractions, substances, or avoidance, Zen encourages us to be with them with kindness and curiosity. This doesn't mean passively enduring suffering, but rather meeting it in a way that doesn't amplify or prolong it. By acknowledging our pain or discomfort without judgment, we begin to loosen the grip that suffering can have on us. One of Zen's key teachings is the concept of non-attachment, which is particularly valuable for those facing mental health challenges. Many psychological difficulties arise when we become overly attached to certain thoughts, self-concepts, or desired outcomes. For instance, when life doesn't align with our fixed ideas of how it should be, we experience suffering. Zen helps us hold our thoughts and expectations more lightly, allowing us to become more flexible and resilient in the face of life's inevitable changes and challenges. By practicing non-attachment, we can face the unpredictability of life with a sense of peace, accepting that change is natural and inevitable. Zen and rumination. Zen's focus on present moment awareness is also helpful for individuals struggling with rumination or worry, mental patterns that trap us in the past or make us anxious about the future. Rumination often involves rehashing past events or imagining worst-case scenarios, and this can keep us stuck in a cycle of negative thinking. Zen teaches us to gently return our attention to the present moment, interrupting these unproductive thought cycles and reconnecting with the direct experience of being alive right now. By cultivating this mindfulness, we can break free from the constant pull of past regrets or future anxieties. Zen practice doesn't necessarily make the difficult emotions go away, but it helps us change our relationship to them. Instead of being consumed by them, we can meet them with awareness, understanding that they are temporary and not the entirety of our experience. The integration of mind and body in Zen practice also emphasizes the integration of mind and body, an essential aspect that supports mental health. Our mental states are closely connected with our physical sensations, and Zen offers various body-based practices like mindful breathing, walking meditation, and mindful movement that help us engage with psychological challenges at the somatic level. These practices allow us to work with emotions and stress, not just cognitively, but through the body, which often holds and expresses mental states. Mindful breathing, for example, helps calm the nervous system and shift our focus away from overthinking to a more grounded, embodied awareness. The practice of walking meditation connects us to the earth and brings our awareness to the present moment, which can be especially grounding during times of stress or emotional turmoil. Zen-based approaches in modern therapy. Zen-inspired approaches such as mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, and acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, have been clinically validated as effective treatments for conditions like depression, anxiety, and stress-related disorders. These approaches blend traditional Zen mindfulness techniques with modern psychological understanding, creating a comprehensive, scientifically supported framework for emotional well-being. MBCT, for example, combines cognitive therapy with mindfulness practices to help individuals break the cycle of depression and prevent relapse. Similarly, ACT encourages individuals to accept difficult emotions rather than avoid them, focusing on values-based living and present moment awareness to increase psychological flexibility. These methods provide practical tools to navigate mental health challenges in ways that are consistent with Zen's core teachings. Zen and professional mental health care. It's important to note, however, that Zen practice is not a one-size-fits-all solution for everyone, especially in cases of acute mental health crises. Individuals experiencing conditions like severe depression, psychosis, or other serious mental health challenges may require more immediate or intensive support before meditation can become beneficial. In such cases, the support of a therapist or mental health professional is crucial. For many people, however, Zen practice can be a helpful complement to professional mental health care. Meditation and mindfulness practices can enhance therapy, helping individuals gain greater insight into their emotional patterns and develop a stronger sense of mental clarity and resilience. When combined with appropriate therapy, and if necessary medication, Zen can provide a holistic and comprehensive approach to psychological well-being, supporting individuals on their journey toward healing and wholeness. Zen in the modern world. Global evolution. As Zen has traveled from east to west, it has adapted and evolved, integrating with modern life while maintaining its core teachings. What began as a deeply rooted tradition in China and Japan has now spread worldwide, influencing not just the spiritual practices of individuals, but also many aspects of contemporary culture, from wellness practices to corporate mindfulness initiatives. In our fast-paced, technology-driven world, Zen offers a pathway back to simplicity, presence, and awareness. As the modern world continues to change, Zen's emphasis on being present in the moment, cultivating compassion, and living with mindfulness provides timeless wisdom that can help us navigate the challenges of living in a complex, often overwhelming society. Zen invites us to reconnect with ourselves and the world around us, offering a profound antidote to the distractions and busyness that often dominate our lives. It reminds us that true peace is not found in external achievements or possessions, but in the awareness and acceptance of each moment as it is. Zen in the modern world. Adaptation and evolution. As Zen has traveled from east to west and evolved from traditional contexts to modern settings, it has both transformed and been transformed. Today, Zen practices and insights are being applied in ways that the ancient Zen masters could never have imagined. From corporate boardrooms to scientific laboratories, from prison cells to hospital wards, Zen has expanded far beyond its traditional monastic settings. This widespread adaptation raises important questions about cultural appropriation, authenticity, and the very essence of Zen. Is Zen still Zen when it is removed from its traditional Asian context? What elements are essential to preserve, and what can be modified to fit new cultural environments? There is no simple answer to these questions, and the practice of Zen in the modern world involves a dynamic balance between tradition and innovation. However, we can observe how Zen is evolving in contemporary society and the ways in which it is being integrated into diverse settings. Secularization of Zen meditation in modern contexts. One significant development in modern Zen practice is the secularization of Zen, especially in relation to meditation. Programs like mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, and mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, have extracted meditation techniques from their religious roots and presented them within scientific and therapeutic frameworks. This secularization has made Zen meditation more accessible to individuals who may feel uncomfortable with Buddhist religious elements, allowing the practice to reach a wider audience. The scientific validation of meditation has further supported this shift, with hundreds of studies documenting the positive effects of mindfulness meditation on physical and mental health. Research has shown meditation's benefits for reducing stress, improving emotional regulation, and even enhancing cognitive function. However, some critics argue that this secular approach reduces Zen to merely a self-improvement tool, stripping away the deeper spiritual and ethical dimensions that form the heart of the tradition. They contend that meditation, when detached from its Buddhist context, can lose its transformative power and fail to address the broader questions of life suffering and interconnection that Zen inherently explores. The democratization of Zen accessibility for all. Another notable development is the democratization of Zen. Traditionally, Zen was primarily practiced by monks in monasteries, with lay people having limited access to the deeper teachings. The practice was reserved for those willing to dedicate their lives to monastic training. However, today Zen centers and programs are available to people from all backgrounds, regardless of their ability to commit to monastic life. This shift has made Zen more widely accessible, allowing people from diverse walks of life to engage with Zen teachings and practice. While this has democratized access to Zen, it also raises questions about the depth of practice and the role of sustained intensive training. Some argue that the more casual, accessible nature of Zen practice today might not offer the same depth of transformation that comes from the rigorous long-term commitment traditionally required in monastic life. There is an ongoing conversation within the Zen community about how to balance accessibility with the need for deep sustained practice in order to preserve the essence of the teachings, technology and Zen convenience versus direct transmission. In today's digital age, technology has also influenced modern Zen practice. Meditation apps, online courses, and virtual Sangha community groups make Zen resources available to people who might not have access to local teachers or groups. These digital adaptations offer convenience and accessibility, allowing practitioners to engage with Zen teachings from anywhere in the world. However, critics point out that while digital resources can be helpful, they often lack the direct person-to-person transmission that has been central to the Zen tradition. The transmission of wisdom in Zen is traditionally done through face-to-face encounters between teacher and student. where the teacher offers guidance, challenges the students' preconceptions, and helps them break through their habitual thinking. While online resources can support meditation and study, they cannot replicate the depth of interaction that comes with direct personal teaching. Zen and social engagement, connecting practice with activism. One area where Zen has evolved significantly in the modern world is in the realm of social engagement. Traditional Zen has sometimes been criticized for focusing on individual liberation at the expense of addressing social justice or collective suffering. However, many contemporary Zen practitioners are explicitly connecting their practice to activism and social change. Organizations like the Buddhist Peace Fellowship and movements like Engaged Buddhism are applying Zen principles to address collective challenges such as environmental degradation, economic inequality, and social injustice. These practitioners see Zen not just as a path to personal enlightenment, but as a tool for creating a more compassionate and just world. They believe that Zen's emphasis on interconnectedness and compassion can guide efforts to alleviate suffering on a global scale. This shift towards socially engaged Zen highlights the evolving role of Zen in a world facing complex and urgent issues. The practice of mindfulness, compassion, and non-attachment is now being applied not just in private spiritual practice, but in the collective struggle for a more just and peaceful society. Zen in the global context. As Zen continues to evolve and spread worldwide, it faces both opportunities and challenges. The global spread of Zen has introduced the tradition to new cultures and communities, allowing it to grow and adapt. However, this growth also prompts deeper questions about how to maintain the essence of Zen while ensuring it remains relevant in the modern world. In the face of cultural appropriation concerns and the question of authenticity, many Zen teachers and practitioners are focused on maintaining the core values of Zen mindfulness, presence, compassion, and awareness, while adapting the practice to meet the needs of contemporary practitioners. This adaptation is not about abandoning tradition, but about ensuring that Zen remains a living, breathing tradition, capable of addressing the unique challenges and opportunities of modern life. Zen and social engagement, addressing inequality and systemic discrimination. Zen's modern evolution has also led it to intersect with social justice and activism, particularly in relation to global challenges such as inequality and systemic discrimination. As Zen has expanded, many practitioners are connecting their mindfulness and compassion practices to address issues such as economic inequality, environmental degradation, and social injustice. This shift marks a significant move from Zen's traditional focus on personal liberation to a more collective, socially engaged practice. Zen's recognition of interconnectedness makes it a powerful tool for addressing the societal problems that affect us all. By recognizing that we are all part of the same web of existence, Zen practitioners are increasingly applying its teachings to promote social change and create more equitable, just societies. As Zen becomes more integrated with social activism, it's clear that the practice of mindfulness can foster greater awareness of the suffering caused by systemic issues and offer tools for compassionate action that are rooted in Zen's core principles of non-attachment and compassion. Zen and modern science. A meeting of minds. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Zen's evolution in the modern world is its encounter with Western psychology, neuroscience, and philosophy. This cross-pollination has enriched both Zen and Western understanding of consciousness cognition and human potential. Concepts that might once have seemed mystical or esoteric, like non-duality or the constructed nature of the self, now have parallels in scientific research on brain function and cognitive processes. For example, the Zen teaching that the self is not fixed, but rather a fluid and constructed experience, finds a contemporary resonance with findings in neuroscience and psychology that show how the brain creates our sense of identity and reality. This synergy between Zen and modern science has deepened our understanding of the mind, leading to new methods of treating mental health and enriching our grasp of consciousness. This intersection between Zen's ancient teachings and modern scientific inquiry has the potential to expand both fields, creating a more integrated understanding of human nature, balancing tradition and evolution in Zen practice. As Zen continues to evolve, there is a delicate challenge of maintaining its essential insights and integrity, while allowing it to take new forms that resonate with different cultural contexts. The process of Zen adapting to modern contexts should not involve clinging too rigidly to traditional forms, nor should it dilute the teachings to the point where their transformative potential is lost. The most promising approach may be one that Zen itself teaches to hold tradition neither too tightly nor too loosely, to respect ancient wisdom while remaining open to fresh insights, and to focus not on abstract questions of authenticity, but on the practical matter of what truly helps people awaken. By approaching Zen as a living tradition, we allow it to evolve in ways that remain true to its heart, while also meeting the needs of modern practitioners. Zen and the art of the impossible question. One of the most distinctive and fascinating aspects of Zen practice, particularly in the Rinzai tradition, is the use of koans. These enigmatic questions, statements, or stories are designed to push the student beyond logical thinking into direct insight. A koan isn't a riddle with a clever solution, nor is it meaningless or simply designed to frustrate the intellect, though it certainly challenges it. Rather, a koan is a precision tool crafted to create a crisis of meaning that, when fully experienced, can open the mind to breakthrough insights. Famous koans include: what is the sound of one hand clapping? What was your original face before your parents were born? Does a dog have Buddha nature? If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. When a student is given a koan, they are expected to meditate on it day and night, bringing their entire being to this impossible question. The usual approaches of logical analysis, metaphorical interpretation, or philosophical speculation all fail to crack the koan. That is precisely the point. The koan is designed to exhaust all the mind's usual strategies, creating a state of great doubt where one's entire framework of understanding is called into question. In this state of not knowing something new can emerge a direct non-conceptual insight into the nature of reality. The Japanese term for this breakthrough is satori, a moment of seeing into one's true nature beyond all concepts and mental constructions. Satori is the Zen equivalent of enlightenment, but it is a momentary flash of clarity, a realization that the ordinary mind cannot grasp. It represents the shift from dualistic thinking to an immediate experience of non-duality, koans, and the teacher-student relationship. In traditional Rinzai Zen training, the student regularly meets with the teacher in private interviews, known as dokusan, to present their work on the koan. These meetings are essential for the student's progress, as the teacher offers guidance, challenges the student's understanding, and helps them break through their habitual patterns of thinking. The teacher's role is not to give the student the answer, but to help them realize the answer for themselves through direct experience. This process of direct transmission between teacher and student is one of the most unique aspects of Zen practice. The role of the koan in Zen practice. The koan practice is central to Zen, particularly in the Rinzai tradition, as a tool for pushing the student beyond conceptual thinking into direct insight. A koan is not meant to be solved with logical reasoning or intellectual analysis. Instead, it forces the student to confront the limits of their conceptual mind, creating a crisis of meaning that opens the door for direct experience of truth. When the student meditates on a koan, they are not supposed to think their way to an answer, but to immerse themselves in the experience, embodying the koan, and allowing it to break apart their habitual mental frameworks. The teacher's role in this process is to guide the student, but also to challenge them when they fall back into conceptual thinking. No explanation or interpretation, no matter how clever, will satisfy the teacher. The teacher can immediately tell whether the student has truly grasped the koan or if they are still trapped in their own thinking. The student must embody the truth of the koan become the koan. Only when the student's realization aligns with the essence of the koan will the teacher recognize their awakening. This transformative moment can only happen through direct experience, not through words. The continuing journey. Working through koans. After resolving one koan, the student is given another. In traditional Zen training, a student might work through hundreds of koans over the course of many years. Each koan addresses a different aspect of awakening and its expression in daily life. The process is ongoing, as Zen teaches that there is always more to uncover about the nature of reality and the self. Each new koan reveals a deeper layer of understanding, pushing the student to expand their awareness and challenge their limited conceptions of truth. The koan tradition highlights a key aspect of Zen practice, that ultimate truth cannot be captured in concepts or words. Zen points to a reality that transcends language and intellectual understanding. As the Zen saying goes, don't mistake the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself. All teachings, including koans, are merely pointers to a deeper, ineffable truth that can only be directly experienced. This is why Zen practice, with its emphasis on experience over intellectualizing, offers a path to seeing beyond the limitations of conceptual understanding. Zen's respect for intellectual understanding and its limits. This approach does not mean that Zen is anti-intellectual or opposed to rational thought. Zen recognizes the value of concepts in navigating the relative world, but it also understands that concepts can never fully capture the absolute nature of reality. Concepts are useful tools for dealing with practical matters, but when we mistake our conceptual maps for the territory itself, we get stuck. The koan practice teaches us to recognize when we are misidentifying our mental constructions as reality. In today's world, where we are constantly bombarded with information, opinions, and explanations, the koan practice offers a radical alternative. It invites us to rest in not knowing, to embrace the mystery of life, and to find a deeper form of understanding beyond our habitual conceptualizations of reality. This approach offers a reprieve from the noise of overthinking, allowing us to return to a place of presence and direct engagement with the world as it truly is. Zen stories, transmitting wisdom through parables. Zen teachings are often transmitted through stories rather than abstract philosophical statements. These stories typically involve interactions between masters and students, highlighting moments of awakening or illustrating the essence of Zen wisdom. The simplicity and power of Zen stories offer a direct means of transmitting profound insights without the need for complex explanations. One classic Zen story features a university professor who went to visit a famous Zen master. The master served tea quietly, but as he poured, he continued to fill the professor's cup even after it was full. Watching the tea overflow, the professor could no longer restrain himself and shouted, "Stop! The cup is full. No more will go in." The master calmly responded, "Like this cup, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" This story offers a profound teaching about learning and openness. The professor, like many of us, was so full of his own ideas and beliefs that there was no room for new understanding to enter. The cup represents the wisdom of Zen, or indeed any kind of learning, but it could equally represent any form of growth or transformation. The key is that in order to truly receive new teachings, we must first empty ourselves of our preconceived notions, judgments, and rigid mental frameworks. The beginner's mind, approaching the world with openness. This story illustrates the essential requirement for learning: the willingness to approach the world with a beginner's mind. A mind open to new experiences without preconceptions. In Zen, this openness is essential because true learning happens when we allow ourselves to encounter life without the filters of our past experiences or established beliefs. True learning is not about accumulating more knowledge, but about seeing the world freshly without the weight of mental baggage. Zen teaches us that when we are filled with our own ideas, there is no room for new experiences or realizations to enter. We must cultivate a beginner's mind, free from the constraints of fixed beliefs and prejudices, in order to be open to the deeper truths that life has to offer. Zen stories, wisdom through parables. Zen teachings are often transmitted through stories that encapsulate profound wisdom in simple, vivid narratives. These stories reflect the heart of Zen practice and offer insight into the human condition, helping us deepen our understanding of ourselves and the nature of reality. The story of the tiger and the strawberry. One such story is about a man traveling across a field when he encounters a tiger. He flees and the tiger chases him. Reaching a precipice, the man grabs hold of a wild vine and swings himself over the edge with the tiger sniffing at him from above. Looking down, he sees another tiger waiting below. With only the vine to support him, the man watches two mice, one white and one black, gnawing away at the vine, slowly bringing him closer to death. Amidst this precarious situation, the man spots a luscious strawberry growing near him. Grasping the vine with one hand, he plucks the strawberry with the other, and with full awareness, tastes its sweetness. This vivid story captures the essence of human existence with remarkable economy. The tigers represent our past and future, the regrets and memories behind us, and the fears and anxieties ahead of us. The mice nibbling away at the vine symbolize time passing gradually, bringing us closer to death. Yet in the midst of this precarious situation, there is a strawberry, the present moment, full of richness and potential. The story doesn't deny the reality of danger or the inevitability of death, but it suggests that even in the most difficult circumstances, there is an opportunity for genuine aliveness and appreciation. The man's ability to fully experience the sweetness of the strawberry represents our capacity to be present even amidst hardship and challenge. This is the essence of Zen, to find presence and beauty in each moment, despite the uncertainties that life brings. The flag and the wind, the nature of perception. Another famous Zen story involves two monks arguing about a flag flapping in the wind. One monk says, "The flag is moving," while the other insists, "The wind is moving." The sixth patriarch, who happens to be passing by, intervenes saying, "Not the wind, not the flag. The mind is moving." This story operates on three levels of understanding. The first monk sees the flag moving, which is the most obvious surface perception. The second monk offers a more subtle view, recognizing that the wind is what moves the flag. But the sixth patriarch points to something even deeper, that both the flag and the wind are experienced within consciousness. Without a perceiving mind, there would be no experience of either the flag or the wind. The story invites us to look beyond surface appearances and into the deeper nature of experience. It reminds us that all perception occurs within consciousness, yet we often mistake the objects of perception, the flag, the wind, for reality, overlooking the consciousness in which they appear. This recognition points to the non-dual nature of reality, where subject and object inside and outside are not ultimately separate. Everything is experienced in and through consciousness, and the boundaries we often create between ourselves and the world are illusory. The practice of self-awareness, a dialogue with oneself. Another Zen story illustrates the practice of self-awareness through humor. Zugan, a Zen master, would call out to himself, "Everyday master," and then respond, "Yes, sir." He would continue saying, "Be awake, be alert," to which he responded again, "Yes, sir." Lastly, he would say, "Don't be deceived by others any day, any time." And his response was, "No, I won't." This humorous exchange highlights the practice of mindfulness, the capacity to observe our own thoughts, emotions, and actions without being swept away by them. Zugan's dialogue with himself illustrates an essential Zen practice self-awareness. Rather than being consumed by the constant stream of thoughts or reacting automatically to emotions, we learn to step back and observe, maintaining a sense of clarity and awareness in all moments. This practice helps us become more grounded in the present moment, freeing us from the illusions and distractions that often dominate our minds. Zugan's humorous self-dialogue reflects the playful nature of Zen, reminding us that mindfulness doesn't need to be serious or somber all the time. It's about remaining present, awake, and aware even in the most ordinary moments of our lives. Zen and self-awareness, the practice of continuous awakening. In Zen, the practice of self-awareness is essential, as exemplified by the story of Zugan, a Zen master who would call out to himself, "Master," and then respond, "Yes, sir." This practice, where he speaks to himself, embodies a dual aspect of awareness. On one hand, it demonstrates the awareness that can observe the witness, and on the other, it highlights the contents of consciousness, the thoughts, emotions, and perceptions that arise in the mind. Through this, Zugan's self-dialogue teaches us the importance of maintaining awareness and mindfulness in every moment. Zugan's self-admonishment to stay awake and not be deceived reflects the continuous nature of Zen practice. It is not a one-time realization, but a perpetual reminder of our true nature. This ongoing practice of mindful awareness serves to counteract the distractions and illusions that often cloud our understanding, reminding us to remain grounded in awareness rather than being swept away by the fluctuations of the mind. Hakuin and the paradox of equanimity. Another powerful Zen story is about the famous Zen master Hakuin, who lived in a town in Japan. Hakuin was revered for his pure life, and many people came to him for teachings. One day, a nearby girl became pregnant, and her parents demanded to know the father's identity. Initially, the girl refused to tell the truth, but after intense pressure, she named Hakuin as the father. Angry and embarrassed, the parents confronted Hakuin, berating him in front of his students and neighbors. To their accusations, Hakuin's only response was simply, "Is that so?" After the child was born, the parents left the child with Hakuin, who took care of it, providing milk and everything the child needed, despite the loss of his reputation. A year later, the girl could no longer bear the guilt and confessed to her parents that the real father was a young man who worked at the fish market. The parents returned to Hakuin, asking for his forgiveness, apologizing profusely, and seeking to take the child back. Hakuin's response, once again, was simple. "Is that so?" This story offers deep insights into Zen principles. Hakuin's response, "Is that so?" reveals a mind that is free from reactivity. He neither defended his reputation nor expressed anger or frustration at the accusations. His equanimity in the face of both condemnation and later praise illustrates a profound detachment from the worldly winds. Praise, blame, gain, loss, pleasure, pain, fame, and disrepute, which commonly disrupt our emotional state. By showing that he was not disturbed by these external forces, Hakuin embodied Zen's true freedom, which lies in remaining unaffected by external judgments and expectations. His willingness to care for the child despite the accusations demonstrates compassion in action, prioritizing the child's well-being over his own reputation. This emphasizes that true Zen practice is about compassionate engagement with the world, free from the need to defend the ego or protect oneself from criticism. Zen teaches us that we can act with kindness and integrity regardless of how the world may perceive us. Zen, understand? And the cosmic body of the Buddha. While Zen is often seen as a minimalist form of Buddhism focused on direct experience rather than elaborate metaphysical systems, it also has deep philosophical foundations. One of the most significant concepts in Zen, rooted in Mahayana Buddhism, is the idea of the Dharmakaya, often translated as the cosmic body of the Buddha or the body of truth. This concept refers to the ultimate nature of reality itself, not the physical body of the historical Buddha, but the universal transcendent reality that encompasses all beings and phenomena. The Dharmakaya embodies the true nature of existence, which Zen points to beyond the dualistic concepts of self and other subject and object. It suggests that everything in the universe, from the smallest atom to the largest galaxy, is part of this unified body of truth. The cosmic body of the Buddha is the fundamental reality that Zen teachings point to, reminding us that we are not separate from the whole. We are part of this vast interconnected web of existence. This idea of non-duality in Zen echoes through its teachings, as it emphasizes that there is no separation between us and the world around us. The ultimate truth of Zen is not a philosophical doctrine, but an experience of being one with all things in a state of direct embodied awareness. The teachings of Zen lead us to realize this interconnectedness and to experience life in its fullest, most profound sense. The three bodies of the Buddha, understanding the Dharmakaya. In Buddhist philosophy, Buddha is understood to have three distinct bodies, or aspects, each representing a different level of reality. These bodies are known as Trikaya, three bodies of the Buddha, Nirmanakaya, the transformation body. This is the physical and historical Buddha, the one who taught in India, the human teacher who walked among us and imparted wisdom to help others reach enlightenment. Sambhogakaya, the body of mutual enjoyment. This is the Buddha as experienced in visions, dreams, and meditation. It represents a subtle manifestation, the Buddha, as we encounter him in spiritual practice, a more refined and profound level of realization. Dharmakaya, the truth body. This is the ultimate reality, or Buddha nature, the essence of all things, formless, timeless, and beyond any conceptualization. The Dharmakaya is not separate from the world of form, but is in fact its very essence. The Dharmakaya is often likened to the ocean, while the waves represent individual phenomena. Just as each wave is a temporary expression of the ocean, every form and phenomenon in the world is an expression of the Dharmakaya, the ultimate truth that underlies all forms. The Dharmakaya is closely related to key Buddhist teachings, such as emptiness shunyata and dependent origination pratitya samutpada. Emptiness doesn't refer to a vacuum or a nihilistic void, but to the infinite potential from which all forms arise. Everything that exists arises interdependently without any fixed, independent essence. There is no separate self-nature, but a fluid, interconnected web of existence. In Zen, the Dharmakaya is not something distant or separate. It's the very nature of all things recognized in the ordinary moments of life. It is the suchness tathata of reality when seen clearly beyond the filters of conceptual thinking. As Zen Master Dogen famously said, "If you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it?" This teaching emphasizes that the Dharmakaya is not some distant mystical realm, but rather the immediate fabric of our experience when we see the world with clarity and mindfulness. Zen arts and the expression of the Dharmakaya. Zen arts, such as poetry painting and calligraphy, often attempt to evoke this understanding of the Dharmakaya. The empty space in a Zen painting, the silence between notes in music, or the pause in a Zen poem all point to this formless reality that paradoxically gives rise to all forms. These works are not mere representations, but serve as reminders of the ineffable truth that exists behind the surface of things. Zen is not about seeking the Dharmakaya outside of ordinary life. Rather, it teaches that this ultimate truth is already present in the here and now. By looking deeply into the ordinary moment, free from conceptual overlays, we can recognize the suchness of reality in all things. The practice of Zen is about seeing the mundane as the extraordinary, finding Buddha nature in every aspect of life. The cosmic game of hide and seek, a Zen perspective, a common way to understand Zen, and indeed Buddhism as a whole, is to view it as a response to a cosmic game of hide and seek. In this game, Buddha nature, the true self, the Dharmakaya, hides from itself by pretending to be a separate individual. This infinite, boundless consciousness, our true nature, forgets its own identity and takes on the disguise of a person with a name, history, personality, and concerns. This mask is so convincing that we completely forget it's a game. We believe with absolute conviction that we are separate entities distinct from one another and from the world around us. This mistaken belief in our individuality becomes the foundation of all our suffering. From this belief in a separate self comes fear, desire, competition, and all the other emotions and attachments that form the basis of our psychological and existential struggles. The Zen teachings point to the fact that this illusion of separateness is the root cause of suffering, and that the ultimate goal is to remember that we are not separate from the whole of existence. We are Buddha nature, playing the game of separateness, in order to awaken to our true nature. Zen's practice invites us to wake up from this game, to see through the illusion of separateness, and to recognize the truth that underlies all things. In doing so, we move toward enlightenment, a realization that we are not separate, but an expression of the Dharmakaya One with the universe. Zen and the illusion of separation, recognizing our true nature, the loneliness, anxiety, despair, and all other forms of psychological pain that humans experience stem from our mistaken belief in separateness. Zen offers a profound path towards seeing through this illusion and returning to our true nature. The Buddha's awakening was simply the recognition of this cosmic game of hide and seek for what it is. The Buddha Siddhartha Gautama saw through the disguise of being a separate individual and realized that his true nature was not a limited self, but the boundless awareness in which all experiences arise. This awakening didn't diminish his humanity. In fact, it allowed him to live more fully as a human being, free from the constrictions and suffering that come from believing in a false, limited identity. Zen practice is essentially about seeing through this cosmic masquerade. Through practices like meditation, koans, and mindful living, we gradually, or sometimes suddenly, recognize our true nature. We come to realize that what we've been seeking, peace, wholeness, and freedom, is already who we are once we stop pretending to be something less. This insight is often described as waking up from the dream in which we played a limited character. After this awakening, our personalities, bodies, preferences, and relationships don't disappear, they remain. However, we no longer mistake these transient characteristics for our fundamental identity. We can still play our human role, but now with more freedom, creativity, and compassion, because we're no longer trapped in the illusion of separateness. Enlightenment in Zen is not about acquiring some special state or gaining supernatural powers. It's simply the recognition of what has always been the case, that our true nature is not separate, but the boundless awareness in which all experience arises. As the Zen saying goes, before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. The activities themselves don't change, but our relationship to them transforms completely. Zen and modern science, a complementary understanding of reality. In recent years, there has been growing interest in the intersection of Zen insights and modern scientific understanding. While Zen and science come from different cultural traditions and use different methodologies, they can be seen as complementary approaches to understanding reality. One area of significant overlap is the scientific investigation of consciousness and its relationship to the brain. Neuroscience has made impressive progress in mapping the neural correlates of various mental states, including those associated with meditation. Studies have shown that long-term meditation can lead to measurable changes in brain structure and function, supporting Zen's claim that sustained practice can transform the mind. However, science still faces what philosophers refer to as the hard problem of consciousness. How do physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experience? Here, Zen offers a unique perspective that challenges the basic assumptions of both materialism and dualism. Zen doesn't view the mind as separate from the body or from the world, but as an integrated expression of consciousness that is inseparable from the totality of existence. Zen and the nature of consciousness. Zen's perspective on consciousness aligns with some of the cutting-edge theories in neuroscience and cognitive science, which increasingly recognize the interconnectedness of mind, body, and environment. Just as Zen teaches that our true nature is not separate from the world, some neuroscientists propose that our conscious experience emerges not just from the brain alone, but from the interaction between the brain, the body, and the environment. Zen's teaching that awareness is not confined to the individual self, but is a unified field of consciousness, resonates with these emerging scientific models. This idea parallels the concept of interdependent origination, pratityasamutpada, which teaches that all phenomena arise in dependence upon other phenomena. In Zen, everything we experience is interconnected. There is no separate self, and consciousness is not confined to a singular isolated entity. It is part of the greater whole. Zen encourages us to transcend the concepts and distinctions that separate us from the world and from each other. Instead of focusing solely on the brain or the individual mind as the source of consciousness, Zen invites us to experience consciousness as a shared reality deeply connected to the interdependent flow of life itself. Zen enseignação e já centré more centré on the nesting science and science. Complementary perspectives on consciousness and reality. Zen offers a unique perspective on consciousness that contrasts with the typical scientific approach. Rather than seeing consciousness as a product of the brain, Zen suggests that consciousness is fundamental and that physical reality appears within it. This view resonates with certain interpretations of quantum physics, which propose that the observer plays a crucial role in the manifestation of physical reality. One of the most famous experiments in quantum physics, the double-slit experiment, demonstrates that at the quantum level, the act of observation affects the outcome of the experiment, calling into question the strict subject-object division assumed in classical science. The experiment shows that particles can behave like both waves and particles depending on how they are observed, suggesting that consciousness and perception are inextricably tied to the fabric of reality itself. Zen's emphasis on direct experience complements this scientific insight by focusing on the first-person nature of consciousness. While science seeks objective, verifiable knowledge that can be confirmed through external methods, Zen highlights the irreducible nature of consciousness itself, which cannot be fully captured through third-person observation or measurement. No matter how thoroughly we map the neural correlates of experience, the subjective experience, the feeling of what it's like to be conscious remains accessible only through direct awareness. Zen and interdependence parallels with modern science. Another area of alignment between Zen and science is the understanding of interdependence. Ecology systems theory and network science all emphasize the interconnectedness of phenomena, showing that elements of complex systems cannot be understood in isolation. This scientific perspective mirrors the Buddhist teaching of dependent origination, pratityasamutpada, which states that nothing exists independently, but only in relation to other phenomena. In particular, climate science has made painfully clear how human activities affect the entire planetary system, emphasizing our deep embeddedness in the web of life. This scientific recognition of ecological interdependence provides empirical support for the Zen intuition of non-separation from nature. Zen teaches that we are not separate from the world. Instead, we are interconnected with all beings and phenomena, and this realization can help foster a sense of responsibility toward the environment and the planet. The dialogue between Zen and science can benefit both traditions. For Zen, engagement with science can help distinguish between genuine insights and the cultural accumulations or superstitions that may have attached themselves to the tradition over the centuries. Zen's practice of direct experience encourages a rigorous investigation of reality, which can support scientific inquiry by stripping away distractions and focusing on the core essence of phenomena. For science, Zen offers a rigorous first-person methodology for investigating consciousness and provides a perspective that challenges some of the hidden assumptions about the nature of observation and reality. Zen teaches us that the observer is inseparable from the observed, and understanding this relationship is key to a deeper comprehension of both consciousness and the nature of reality. Rather than seeing Zen and science as competing accounts of reality, it is more productive to view them as different facets of human inquiry, each offering valuable insights into aspects of existence that the other may miss. Zen offers a subjective and experiential approach to understanding reality, while science provides a systematic and objective approach. Together, they can help us gain a more holistic and comprehensive understanding of the world and our place within it. Zen's ethical dimensions, natural compassion, and interdependence. While Zen is often associated primarily with meditation and philosophical insights, it also contains profound ethical dimensions. These ethics are not based on commandments from a divine authority, but emerge naturally from the realization of interdependence and the experience of compassion. In traditional Zen practice, ethical behavior is not imposed from an external source, but arises from the awareness of the interconnectedness of all beings. When we deeply understand that our actions affect the whole, we naturally act with compassion and wisdom, guided by the understanding that harming others ultimately harms ourselves. This interdependence forms the foundation of Zen's ethical teachings, and the practice of right conduct comes naturally from this realization. Zen ethics can be summarized in a way that emphasizes awareness, compassion, and responsibility rather than adherence to rigid rules or doctrines. This allows practitioners to engage with ethical questions in a flexible, context-sensitive manner. It's not about following a set of prescribed behaviors, but about acting from a place of genuine awareness of how our actions ripple through the interconnected web of life. In Buddhist philosophy, ethics is understood through the lens of precepts, which are guidelines for speech and action that support the path to awakening. These precepts are not seen as rigid rules, but as practices that foster conditions conducive to enlightenment. The most fundamental set of precepts includes 5 key principles: not killing, not stealing, not engaging in sexual misconduct, not lying, and refraining from intoxicants. These are seen not as absolute commandments, but as training tools to help refine one's character and actions along the path to awakening. What sets the Zen approach apart is its focus on spontaneous, appropriate responses rather than a strict adherence to fixed rules. In Zen, as practitioners begin to dissolve the illusion of the separate self, compassionate action arises naturally. A well-known Zen teaching emphasizes that compassion flows from the understanding of emptiness. This doesn't imply that Zen practitioners are free to disregard ethical guidelines or act impulsively in the name of spontaneity. Rather, it points to the understanding that true ethical behavior emerges from profound insight, not from simply following external dictates. The precepts, then, are not constraints imposed from outside, but reflect our inherent awakened nature. Robert Atkin Roshi, an influential American Zen teacher, highlighted this in his essay, The Zen of Social Action. He wrote, "The Buddha way is not about developing a social consciousness, it is about revealing the social consciousness that has been there from the very beginning. This approach challenges both traditional religious morality, which often focuses on obedience to divine commands, and secular relativism, which tends to reduce ethics to personal preference or societal norms. Zen teaches that there are objective ethical truths, but these truths are revealed through direct realization of our interconnectedness rather than through abstract reasoning or reliance on external authority. This perspective reshapes how we approach ethical questions. Instead of asking, "What rule should I follow in this situation?" a Zen perspective might ask, "What action would express clarity and compassion in this moment?" This doesn't necessarily simplify ethical decisions. In fact, it often uncovers their complexity, but it roots ethics in lived experience rather than abstract ideals. One profound expression of Zen ethics is the Bodhisattva vow, the commitment to work for the liberation of all beings. This vow underscores the understanding that my well-being is inseparable from yours, and that the suffering of others is not separate from my own. It's not about sacrificing oneself for others, but recognizing the non-duality of self and other. In contemporary times, Zen ethics has found application in issues such as environmental preservation, social justice, peace activism, and economic justice. Organizations like the Buddhist Peace Fellowship, as well as movements advocating for engaged Buddhism, continue to apply these principles in their work. In Buddhism, meditation practice and social action are deeply interconnected. They are not seen as distinct or separate activities, but rather as two expressions of the same awakened awareness. The Zen approach to ethics doesn't necessarily provide simple answers to complex moral questions, but it does offer a framework that complements other ethical traditions. By rooting ethics in the direct realization of interconnection rather than in abstract rules or divine commands, Zen helps us navigate ethical dilemmas with both wisdom and compassion. As Buddhism has spread to Western cultures with different intellectual and cultural traditions, questions have arisen about whether Buddhism is truly a religion and whether it is compatible with science and secular worldviews. These questions have sparked debates, particularly given the differences in how the West understands the concepts of religion, atheism, and spirituality. The truth is that Buddhism, and Zen in particular, doesn't neatly fit into Western categories of religion versus non-religion, or theism versus atheism. While it contains elements that might be considered religious by Western standards, such as rituals, monasticism, and beliefs in rebirth and karma, it does not focus on the belief in a creator God or divine revelation as the Abrahamic faiths do. This ambiguity has led some to present Buddhism as a non-religious form of spirituality, or even as a purely psychological or philosophical system that can align with any belief system or none at all. While such an approach has made Buddhism more accessible to secular Westerners, it often involves selectively highlighting certain aspects of Buddhism while reinterpreting or downplaying others. The Buddha himself rejected the dominant religious paradigms of his time, eternalism, which posits that the soul survives unchanged after death, and nihilism, which asserts that death is the complete end with no continuing consequences. Instead, he taught the middle way, which acknowledged the reality of moral causation karma and continuity across lives without asserting the existence of an unchanging self or soul. This balanced position does not align with conventional religious or materialist views. Rather, it suggests a perspective that transcends both recognizing the ultimate emptiness of all conceptual positions while affirming the reality of interdependence and moral causation. In this context, Zen can be viewed as a religion of no religion, a path that uses traditional religious practices, meditation, ritual, and community to point to a deeper reality that exists beyond all concepts, including religious ones. The goal of Zen practice is not to confirm or deny specific religious beliefs, but to experience directly the nature of reality beyond belief altogether. This approach doesn't imply that Zen is anti-religious or that it disregards traditional religious forms. Instead, it recognizes that all forms, religious or otherwise, are merely provisional, guiding us toward an experience that transcends them. The value and limitations of religious expression are often highlighted in Zen teachings. As one Zen master put it, the finger pointing to the moon is not the moon, but without the finger, you might not notice the moon. This analogy captures the essence of Zen's approach to religious practice. For modern practitioners, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Some may find it meaningful to engage fully with the religious aspects of Zen, including rituals, devotional practices, and traditional cosmology. Others may focus mainly on meditation and philosophical insights, setting aside what they see as culturally specific or speculative metaphysical elements. What truly matters, however, is not whether we label Zen as religious or non-religious, but whether its practices and teachings guide us towards awakening, helping us shed delusion and live with greater wisdom and compassion. In this sense, Zen is pragmatic, not dogmatic. It is more concerned with what works to alleviate suffering than with adhering to doctrinal purity. This approach mirrors the Buddha's famous parable of the poisoned arrow. When asked about metaphysical matters like whether the world is eternal or finite, the Buddha likened such inquiries to a man who has been struck by a poisoned arrow but refuses treatment until he knows who shot it and from what kind of wood the arrow was made. The key issue is removing the arrow and treating the wound, not satisfying intellectual curiosity. Similarly, Zen focuses on practical wisdom, helping practitioners navigate the immediacy of life, rather than getting caught in philosophical abstractions. In our modern world, where religious and secular worldviews often appear at odds, Zen offers a refreshing middle path. It neither accepts nor rejects either position, but points to an experiential understanding that transcends all conceptual divisions. Zen emphasizes direct experience and realization, offering a pathway that moves beyond dualities of belief and disbelief, sacred and profane. When it comes to death, Zen offers a unique approach compared to many other religious and philosophical traditions. Death remains one of humanity's greatest mysteries and most persistent fears, and most traditions attempt to offer some sort of explanation or comfort in the face of mortality. Zen, however, encourages direct confrontation with death's inevitable reality through meditation and mindful awareness. Rather than offering comforting beliefs in an afterlife or an eternal soul, Zen invites practitioners to observe the continuous arising and passing away of all phenomena, thoughts, emotions, sensations, and ultimately the body itself. In traditional Zen monasteries, monks often sleep with their heads resting on small boxes, which may contain a reminder of death, perhaps a verse about impermanence, or even a symbolic image of the monk as a corpse. This practice is not morbid, but serves to keep awareness of mortality alive, preventing the complacency that arises from ignoring the reality of death. Zen masters often emphasize that to truly live, One must embrace the fact of death, allowing this awareness to shape how we live in each present moment. The realization of death's inevitability doesn't lead to despair, but rather fosters a more authentic and appreciative relationship with life. When we come to truly understand that this precious human existence is finite and that we do not know when it will end, each moment becomes infused with greater value. As a Zen saying puts it, die before you die and be completely dead, then do whatever you want. It's all good. This enigmatic teaching refers to a psychological or spiritual death, the death of the ego, or the illusion of a separate self. Paradoxically, this form of death leads to more vibrant living, as it frees us from attachment to our personal identity or self-image. By experiencing this death before dying, we let go of the need to maintain or defend a specific identity, which brings freedom. The Zen tradition offers many stories of masters who faced physical death with remarkable equanimity. One such example is the Japanese Zen master Shunryu Suzuki, who was diagnosed with terminal cancer. When a student asked him about facing death, he simply replied, "I am not dying. I am not living. I am just here." This reflects the Zen understanding that our true nature transcends the conventional categories of life and death. This does not imply that Zen practitioners are immune to sadness or grief when facing death or the loss of loved ones. Rather, it suggests that beneath the natural sadness, there can be a deeper acceptance that arises from insight into the true nature of existence. The poet Ryoken, after the death of his beloved nephew, wrote, "The world of dew is a world of dew, and yet, and yet." These simple words acknowledge both impermanence, the dew that vanishes with the morning sun, and the human heart's natural response to loss, the lingering yet of grief. For those caring for the dying, Zen offers profound guidance. Instead of turning away from the reality of death or attempting to maintain a false sense of cheerfulness, Zen encourages simply being present. This presence, being fully with the dying person, without denial or evasion, can be far more comforting than any words of reassurance. It allows for a deep, authentic connection in life's final chapter. In practical terms, Zen suggests that we prepare for death not by accumulating beliefs about what happens after it, but by releasing attachment to possessions, roles, unfinished business, and ultimately to the idea of a separate self. This process of letting go unfolds gradually through consistent practice. Whether or not there is continuity of consciousness after physical death, an issue on which various Buddhist traditions hold different views, the Zen approach emphasizes the importance of working with the mind in this life. By cultivating awareness of our true nature beyond the conventional self, we come to see death not as an absolute end, but as another transformation in the ever-changing flow of existence. At the heart of Zen lies the concept of emptiness, a profound teaching that is often misunderstood, yet carries deep significance in Buddhism. Emptiness is not nothingness or a nihilistic void. Rather, it points to the absence of inherent independent existence in all phenomena. Everything we experience, whether objects, people, thoughts, emotions, or even our sense of self, arises dependently interwoven with countless other factors. Nothing exists in isolation or possesses a fixed, unchanging essence. This absence of independent existence is what we refer to as emptiness. A classic analogy to understand emptiness is that of a chariot. If we take apart a chariot, removing its wheels, axle, frame, and so on, at what point does it stop being a chariot? There is no inherent chariot essence that exists independently of its components. Yet in our conventional world, the chariot functions perfectly as a chariot. In a similar way, our sense of having a permanent separate self doesn't hold up under close examination, yet we continue to navigate the conventional world as if it does. The realization of emptiness doesn't negate conventional reality. Rather, it places it in a broader context. It's like recognizing that while the lines of longitude and latitude on a map are useful conventions, they don't actually exist physically on Earth. This recognition doesn't make the map less valuable. It simply prevents us from confusing the map with the territory it represents. In Zen practice, emptiness isn't just an intellectual concept. It's a direct experience cultivated through sustained meditation and inquiry. Practitioners may encounter moments where the usual boundaries between self and world subject and object inside and outside dissolve. These moments of non-duality provide a glimpse into a reality beyond our ordinary conceptual frameworks. The Zen approach to emptiness is not analytical, but experiential. As the Heart Sutra, one of the foundational texts in Zen states, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. This paradoxical phrase points to the inseparability of the conventional world of form and the ultimate truth of emptiness. They are not separate realities, but two perspectives on the same reality. Understanding emptiness carries significant practical implications. When we recognize that our identity isn't fixed or separate, we begin to hold our self-image more lightly. We become less defensive, less driven to prove ourselves, and more open to change and growth. We see that our boundaries are more permeable than we initially thought, allowing for greater intimacy with others and the world. Emotionally, the insight into emptiness can be liberating. Many of our psychological struggles arise from treating impermanent, fleeting experiences as if they were permanent and unchanging. By seeing through this illusion, we can free ourselves from much of our suffering. We often treat dependently arisen phenomena as if they were solid, permanent, and independently existing. And in doing so, we create unnecessary suffering. When we begin to see through this misperception, the weight of suffering lightens considerably. Take, for example, the experience of receiving criticism. If we take it personally, defining ourselves as failures based on the feedback, we create a deep sense of suffering. But when we realize that both I and failure are empty concepts, conventions that hold meaning in certain contexts but are not absolute truths, the sting of criticism diminishes. We can accept feedback as a tool for growth without allowing it to define who we are. This understanding doesn't lead to detachment or indifference. Paradoxically, when we realize the emptiness of the self, we can engage more fully with life. We are no longer constantly protecting a fragile sense of self, and as a result, we become more spontaneous, more responsive, and more present to each moment. The eminent Zen teacher, Thich Nhat Hanh, coined the term interbeing to describe emptiness in positive terms, emphasizing interconnection rather than absence. A flower, for instance, is empty of independent existence precisely because it interrelates with sunlight, rain soil, air, and countless other factors. This interconnection is not a diminishment of the flower. It is what allows the flower to exist at all. In the same way, our existence is made possible by innumerable factors, from our ancestors and parents to the air we breathe, the food we consume, and the communities that support us. Understanding emptiness in this way doesn't lead to nihilism, but to profound gratitude and care for the whole of which we are a part. This perspective fosters a deep sense of interconnectedness with all things, prompting a sense of responsibility and compassion toward the world around us. Another distinctive feature of Zen is its emphasis on not seeking or non-attainment. While most spiritual paths are focused on attaining something, whether it's enlightenment, salvation, or inner peace, Zen often emphasizes that there is nothing to attain that isn't already present. This creates an intriguing paradox for the Zen practitioner. If enlightenment is already inherent in our true nature, why practice at all? Yet if we don't practice, we remain trapped in delusion. Thus we practice not to attain something we lack, but to uncover what has always been present within us. As Zen Master Dogen said, "If you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it?" This statement points to the immediacy of awakening not as a distant goal to be achieved through years of effort, but as the very nature of this present moment when seen clearly. Zen's approach to this paradox is often referred to as effortless effort, or the action of non-action, Wu Wei in Chinese. It is not about striving to reach a goal, but allowing our true nature to manifest freely, without interference from our conditioned ways of thinking and doing. Zen practice does not mean that the path is easy or that no effort is required. In the early stages, considerable effort may be needed to establish a consistent meditation practice, work with challenging emotions, and break free from habitual patterns. However, the nature of this effort is different from the typical striving for achievement. It is more like the effort involved in letting go, rather than in grasping or accumulating. This distinction is crucial to understanding the Zen approach to practice. A well-known Zen story illustrates this point. A student approached his teacher and said, "I've been here for 3 years, but I feel like I haven't made any progress. Maybe it's time for me to leave." The teacher asked, "What is it that you expect to achieve?" The student replied, "I want to become a Buddha." The teacher then picked up a tile and began polishing it. When the student asked what he was doing, the teacher responded, "I am polishing this tile to make a mirror." The student protested, "No matter how much you polish it, a tile will never become a mirror." The teacher replied, "And no matter how much practice you do, you cannot become a Buddha because you already are one." This story highlights the futility of practice. Driven by a sense of inadequacy or lack, such practice reinforces the very illusion of separation that it aims to transcend. True practice arises from a different place, not from striving to become something we are not, but from allowing what we already are to manifest more clearly. Paradoxically, when we let go of the agenda of self-improvement or spiritual achievement, genuine transformation becomes possible. As we release the anxious striving of the ego, our innate qualities of wisdom and compassion naturally emerge. We begin to realize that what we've been seeking has always been right in front of us, much like a fish searching for water or a bird seeking air. In practical terms, the path of non-seeking involves a fundamental shift in both motivation and attention. Rather than practicing to get somewhere or to become someone, we practice simply to be fully present with what is. This shift happens gradually as we begin to recognize the futility of the seeking mind and taste the freedom that comes with just being. This does not mean abandoning aspirations or efforts toward positive change. Instead, it suggests approaching those efforts from a place of completeness rather than from a place of lack. We act not to fill a void in ourselves, but as an expression of the wholeness that is already present within us. The path of not seeking also requires radical acceptance of our present experience, whatever it may be. Instead of constantly evaluating our practice in terms of progress or attainment, we meet each moment with fresh eyes, without imposing expectations or judgments. This acceptance is not passive resignation, but is the clear-eyed recognition of reality, as it is a necessary foundation for any authentic response to life. Above all, the path of not seeking requires us to let go of the very identity of being a spiritual seeker or practitioner. As long as we identify ourselves as Zen students working toward enlightenment, we subtly reinforce the sense of separation that our practice aims to dissolve. True practice occurs when even the identity of a practitioner drops away, leaving us with just this moment in all its suchness. As a Zen saying puts it, before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. The activities themselves don't change, but our relationship to them transforms completely once we stop seeking something beyond the present moment and realize the completeness that was never absent. Zen practice, while centered around meditation, encompasses many other forms through which Zen wisdom can be cultivated and expressed. These varied practices cater to different temperaments and life situations, yet all point to the same fundamental realization. Despite Zen's reputation for minimalism, traditional Zen monasteries incorporate chanting and ritual into daily practice. These practices are not intended as ways to petition external forces, but rather as embodied expressions of an awakened mind. Chanting sutras, Buddhist scriptures, or sacred phrases engages the body and breath in a manner that quiets discursive thinking and cultivates single-pointed attention. The rhythmic nature of group chanting fosters a sense of harmony and shared purpose that supports individual practice. Rituals such as offering incense, bowing, walking meditation, and ceremonial meals bring mindfulness into every physical movement. These rituals create a container of form within which we can observe our reactions, resistance preferences, boredom, and enthusiasm, helping us meet each moment with equanimity. For lay practitioners, even simple rituals like lighting a candle before meditation or offering a small bow before sitting can serve as a bridge from everyday concerns to contemplative awareness. In Zen monasteries, work is not seen as separate from meditation. It is an integral part of practice. Whether cooking, cleaning, gardening, or maintaining buildings, each task is approached with the same attentive presence as formal sitting meditation. This integration of work and practice dissolves the artificial boundary between spiritual activities and ordinary life. It challenges the tendency to seek special experiences in meditation while remaining distracted or disconnected during everyday tasks. Through work practice, we learn to bring full awareness to actions that would otherwise be performed on autopilot. We discover that any activity, when approached with mindfulness, becomes an opportunity for practice and awakening. Zen practice can reveal the same profound insights as formal meditation, and its influence extends far beyond the cushion. Zen has had a deep impact on many traditional Japanese arts, including calligraphy, painting, poetry, flower arrangement, ikebana, garden design, and the tea ceremony. These arts are not simply hobbies or aesthetic pursuits. They are genuine paths of awakening. In Zen, technical mastery is essential, but it is not the end goal. The true aim is to transcend technique, allowing spontaneous expression to emerge when the separate self momentarily fades away. This is captured in the concept of the controlled accident, where conditions are created for something unexpected and authentic to arise. For example, in Zen calligraphy, the practitioner may spend years mastering brush techniques. However, the most powerful calligraphy arises when the calligrapher no longer thinks about technique, but instead becomes one with the brush, ink, and paper. What emerges reflects not personal expression, but the direct, unmediated movement of life itself. Similarly, the tea ceremony combines precise form with natural spontaneity. Every movement and arrangement is carefully considered, yet the ultimate aim is to create an atmosphere in which both the host and guest can experience the simple wonder of sharing tea together beyond all notions of separation. While Zen is often associated with sitting still in meditation, various forms of mindful movement can also serve as powerful vehicles for practice. Traditions like Tai Chi Qigong and certain forms of yoga share with Zen an emphasis on present moment awareness, breath coordination, and the unity of body and mind. Even conventional exercises like running, swimming, or hiking can become Zen practice when approached with mindful attention rather than goal-oriented striving. The key is to bring awareness to physical sensations, breath, and the immediate environment while letting go of mental commentary and judgments. For some practitioners, body-centered practices may provide a more accessible entry point to Zen than seated meditation. This is especially true for those who experience restlessness or anxiety when sitting still, or for those who naturally find embodied awareness more accessible than abstract contemplation. While Zen emphasizes direct experience over intellectual understanding, the study of Buddhist texts and dialogue with teachers and fellow practitioners also plays a crucial role in the tradition. Study provides conceptual frameworks that guide practice and help to avoid common pitfalls and misunderstandings. In traditional Zen training, students engage with sutras, the Buddha's discourses, shastras, scriptural commentaries, and records of encounters between Zen masters and their students. This study is not aimed at accumulating knowledge for its own sake, but at deepening understanding and supporting the practitioner's direct experience of awakening. The study and dialogue with teachers are crucial aspects of Zen practice, serving not only as a source of guidance, but also as a way to recognize direct pointers to experience and clarify the path of practice. In formal settings, like private interviews, dokusan, or in more casual conversations, the teacher doesn't merely impart information. They create an environment where the student can directly experience insight. The teacher's role is to point to the truth that the student must discover for themselves. Group discussions or Dharma talks provide opportunities to articulate one's understanding, learn from others' perspectives, and recognize common patterns in practice. By hearing how others work through similar challenges, we can gain new insights into our own experience. More and more Zen practitioners are exploring engaged practice that explicitly links meditation with social action. This approach acknowledges the interdependence of inner and social transformation. One cannot be complete without the other. Engaged practice might involve applying Zen principles to activism such as environmental protection, social justice, peace, or other causes. It focuses on bringing qualities cultivated in meditation: presence, compassion, non-reactivity, and clear seeing into challenging collective issues. Rather than seeing social engagement as a distraction from real practice, this approach recognizes that how we respond to suffering in the world is a crucial test and expression of our understanding. If meditation doesn't lead to greater compassion and skillful action, then something is missing in our practice. The diversity of Zen practices reflects the tradition's adaptability and pragmatism. What truly matters is not the specific form of practice, but the quality of awareness brought to it. Any activity, when approached with full presence and openness, can become a vehicle for awakening. With Zen's spread from east to west and its entry into popular culture, a number of misconceptions have arisen about its nature and practice. Clarifying these misunderstandings can help newcomers approach Zen with more accurate expectations. The first misconception is that Zen is about emptying the mind. Many newcomers assume that the goal of Zen meditation is to empty the mind of all thoughts. This belief often leads beginners to feel frustrated when they cannot stop thinking, believing they are failing at meditation. In reality, Zen practice is not about suppressing or eliminating thoughts. It's about changing our relationship to thinking. We learn to observe thoughts as mental events that arise and pass away in awareness, rather than treating them as absolute truths or commands that must be followed. The goal is not to create a blank mind, but to cultivate spacious awareness, an awareness that is not controlled by our habitual thought patterns. As Zen teacher Shunryu Suzuki wisely said, "Leave your front door and your back door open. Allow your thoughts to come and go." This advice encourages us to stop clinging to or rejecting thoughts, allowing them to arise and dissipate naturally without attachment. Through this practice, we cultivate a sense of openness and freedom in the midst of mental activity. Another common misconception is that Zen is about passivity or detachment. Some critics characterize Zen as promoting withdrawal from life's challenges and responsibilities, interpreting it as fostering a passive, indifferent state. However, this is far from the truth. True Zen practice leads to greater engagement with life, not less. By releasing the anxious self-concern that typically constrains us, we become more fully available to whatever the moment requires. Zen masters are often described as remarkably present responsive and alive anything but detached or passive. What Zen cultivates is non-attachment, which is quite different from detachment. Non-attachment means engaging fully with life without clinging to outcomes or experiences. It's like playing a game with full enthusiasm, while simultaneously remembering that it's just a game. The practice of non-attachment enables us to engage deeply without becoming overwhelmed or controlled by our desires, preferences, or fears. The third misconception is that Zen is anti-intellectual. Because Zen emphasizes direct experience over conceptual understanding, some view it as dismissive of intellectual inquiry or critical thinking. This misunderstanding is often reinforced by stories of Zen masters responding to questions with seemingly nonsensical answers or physical actions rather than logical explanations. In reality, Zen does not reject the intellect, but recognizes both its value and its limitations. Conceptual thinking is an essential tool for navigating the relative world, but it can never capture the absolute. Zen masters might use unconventional methods to point beyond the conceptual, but this doesn't imply that intellectual capacity is irrelevant. Many great Zen teachers were highly educated and intellectually sophisticated. They used their cognitive abilities skillfully while not being limited by conceptual frameworks. As Zen teacher Norman Fisher aptly put it, thinking is not the problem. The problem is thinking that thinking is all there is. A fourth misconception is that Zen is mystical or supernatural. Some portrayals of Zen highlight mysterious experiences, special powers, or supernatural insights, which can create the impression that Zen practice leads to mystical states unavailable to ordinary people. While profound experiences can indeed occur in Zen practice, they are not the point. Zen is fundamentally about waking up to the reality of this moment, not about escaping into altered states. It's about seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, rather than seeking something beyond ordinary experience. As the Zen saying goes, the ultimate miracle is not walking on water or through fire. The ultimate miracle is walking on the earth. The most profound realization in Zen is not some exotic experience, but the direct recognition of the wonder of ordinary reality when seen clearly. The final misconception is that Zen is a quick fix. In our instant gratification culture, many people look for quick solutions to life's challenges. Zen is often misunderstood as a way to quickly fix personal issues or attain enlightenment in a short amount of time. However, Zen practice is not about fast results. It is a lifelong process of awakening and refining our awareness. The depth of insight that comes from Zen practice unfolds gradually, not through shortcuts or magical solutions. Zen teaches us that true transformation requires patience, commitment, and consistent practice. It is not a quick fix, but a path of sustained effort and awareness. In our culture of instant gratification, meditation is sometimes marketed as a quick solution to stress, anxiety, or unhappiness. This can lead to unrealistic expectations about what Zen practice can offer, especially in the short term. While meditation can indeed provide immediate benefits, such as relaxation or temporary calm, the deeper transformations that Zen points to typically unfold gradually through consistent practice over time. There may be moments of sudden insight, but integrating these insights into daily life is often a longer process. Zen is better understood as a lifelong journey of exploration, rather than a quick fix technique for immediate results. The true question is not, what will I get from this? But rather, am I willing to show up consistently and engage with whatever arises? A common misconception is that Zen is the worship of the Buddha. Some people mistakenly believe that Zen Buddhists worship the Buddha as a god or divine figure, often confusing the presence of Buddha statues in Zen centers or the ritualistic elements of Zen practice. In Zen, the Buddha is not seen as a deity to be worshipped, but as a human being who discovered and exemplified the potential for awakening that exists in all of us. Bowing to Buddha images is not worship in the Western religious sense, but an expression of gratitude and a recognition of our own Buddha nature. As one Zen saying provocatively puts it, if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. This doesn't encourage literal violence, but rather warns against turning the Buddha into an object of attachment or worship. The true Buddha is not the historical figure or any image, but the awakened nature of reality itself. By clarifying these misconceptions, we can approach Zen with more accurate expectations and a clearer understanding of what the practice actually offers. Rather than an escape from life, Zen provides a way to enter more fully into life as it is. For those inspired to explore Zen practice, here are some practical suggestions for getting started. Start small. Instead of jumping into an ambitious meditation schedule right away, begin with short, regular periods of practice. Even just 5 or 10 minutes of sitting each day is valuable. Consistency is more important than duration, especially in the beginning. Find a time that fits your schedule and make it as routine as brushing your teeth. Many people find that meditating first thing in the morning before the day's activities begin helps establish a consistent practice, Create a supportive environment. If possible, designate a specific space for meditation. A corner of a room with a cushion or chair will do just fine. It doesn't need to be elaborate. A simple cushion in a quiet spot can serve as your dedicated practice place. Some people also find it helpful to create a small ritual, like lighting a candle or setting an intention to help transition from the busyness of daily life into the stillness of meditation. Some practitioners find it helpful to set up a small altar with objects that remind them of their intention to practice. This could include a candle, a flower, or a meaningful image. The purpose isn't worship, but rather to create visual reminders of what matters most. These simple objects can help ground your practice and bring focus to your intention. To ensure that your meditation time is uninterrupted, minimize potential distractions. Turn off phone's notifications and let others in your household know that you need some quiet time. Learn basic posture for seated meditation. You can use a cushion on the floor, zafu, a bench, or a chair. The key to proper posture is maintaining a relatively straight spine, but not rigid. Imagine a gentle upward pull on your head to lengthen your spine. Relax your shoulders, letting them drop away from your ears. Place your hands comfortably on your thighs or in your lap. If sitting on a cushion, cross your legs in a way that feels stable. If using a chair, keep both feet flat on the floor. Keep your eyes slightly open with a soft gaze looking downward about 3 to 4 feet in front of you. This helps prevent drowsiness and distractions. Remember that there's no single correct way to sit. The important thing is to find a posture that supports both alertness and comfort. Explore different postures to find what works best for your body. Start with breath awareness. A simple and effective way to begin meditation is by focusing on the natural rhythm of your breath. Don't try to control or change it. Just observe it with gentle curiosity. You may notice the sensations of your breath at the nostrils, chest, or abdomen. Wherever you feel the breath most clearly, focus your attention there. When your mind inevitably wanders, gently bring your focus back to the breath without judgment or frustration. This practice of returning to the breath over and over again cultivates concentration and compassion toward yourself. Consider finding a teacher or group. While it's possible to start Zen practice on your own, connecting with an experienced teacher or practice community sangha can provide invaluable guidance and support. A teacher can offer personalized instruction, help clarify any confusion, and point out blind spots in your practice. A group provides the encouragement and motivation of practicing with others who share similar aspirations. Sitting in silence together has a unique power that is not easily replicated in solo practice. Look for Zen centers, Buddhist temples, or meditation groups in your area. Many now offer online options, making it possible to connect with teachers and communities regardless of location. Integrate mindfulness into daily activities. Beyond formal sitting meditation, look for ways to bring mindful awareness into your everyday activities. Choose one routine activity, such as washing dishes, brushing your teeth, or walking to the car, and practice doing it with full attention. Bring awareness to the sensations involved in each action, and notice how your body feels as you engage in these tasks. This integration of mindfulness into daily life allows Zen practice to flow beyond the cushion and into all aspects of your life, thinking and distraction. This ebb and flow of clarity and confusion is part of the process. Each time we come back to the present moment, We are reaffirming our commitment to awareness and mindfulness, even if it feels like we're not getting anywhere. In fact, this is the essence of Zen practice, staying present with whatever arises without needing to control or fix it. When you notice yourself operating on autopilot, whether it's in a conversation while eating or during routine chores, gently bring your attention back to the task at hand. Notice the sensations, movements, and even thoughts that arise during these activities. This integration of mindfulness into daily life helps to bridge the gap between formal meditation practice and the rest of your day-to-day experience, making mindfulness a constant companion rather than something separate. Be patient and kind with yourself. One of the most important pieces of advice for beginners is to approach your practice with patience and self-compassion. Meditation is not a linear process, and you will undoubtedly encounter moments of restlessness, boredom, or frustration. These experiences are not signs of failure, but rather natural parts of the practice. Every time you notice your mind wandering and gently return to the present moment, you are strengthening your awareness, even if it doesn't feel like progress in the moment. Zen is not about achieving some extraordinary state of mind or becoming a different person. It's about meeting your actual experience with full awareness and compassion, whatever that experience may be. Each time we return to the present, we deepen our practice, whether the experience is good or bad. Keep it simple. As you continue on your Zen journey, you may come across various techniques, teachings, and traditions. While exploring these can be valuable, especially as your practice deepens, there's wisdom in keeping things simple in the beginning. The essence of Zen practice is remarkably straightforward. Show up, pay attention, and meet what arises with awareness and compassion. Everything else is elaboration. As Zen master Shunryu Suzuki famously said, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's, there are few." Approach your practice with a beginner's mind, open, curious, and free from fixed ideas about what meditation should be or what you should experience. By letting go of expectations and embracing the present moment, we allow ourselves to experience Zen in its most authentic form. As we draw this exploration of Zen Buddhism to a close, it's important to reflect on the continuous, ever-unfolding nature of the path. Unlike pursuits that have clear endpoints or achievements, Zen practice is never truly finished or completed. It is a lifelong journey of discovery and transformation, and that open-ended quality can be challenging for minds conditioned to seek closure and accomplishment. We often want to know if we're making progress, if we're getting it right, or if we're approaching some final goal. Zen, gently, yet persistently, undermines these questions. As the 13th century Japanese Zen master Dogen wrote, "If you cannot find the truth right where you are, where else do you expect to find it?" This teaching emphasizes the immediacy of what we're seeking. It's not a distant goal to be attained after years of practice, but the very nature of this moment when seen clearly. However, for most of us, this clear seeing doesn't happen all at once. We get glimpses of clarity or presence, followed by the familiar fog of habitual thinking and distraction. These glimpses are enough to keep us engaged on the path, and with each return to the present moment, we deepen our understanding and practice. Thinking and reactivity are natural parts of our experience, and the practice is to notice both the clarity and the fog with the same accepting awareness. We don't cling to special experiences, nor do we reject the ordinary ones. Over time, something shifts within us. the boundaries between formal practice and the rest of life begin to dissolve. We find ourselves bringing the same quality of attention to simple tasks like washing dishes as we do during formal meditation. We begin to notice how reactive patterns that once felt inevitable now have a little space around them, room for choice rather than automatic response. These changes may be so subtle that others notice them before we do. A friend might comment that we seem more present in conversation, less reactive to criticism, or more at ease in challenging situations. Often, it is in relationship with others that the true fruits of practice become most apparent. The more we practice awareness, the more our presence and our responses to others shift, making us more attuned and compassionate. As our exploration of Zen Buddhism comes to a close, it's time to let your body and mind drift toward peaceful sleep. Allow the concepts and stories we've discussed to settle gently in your awareness without any effort to remember or analyze them. Trust that what is most valuable will remain with you, even as your conscious mind relaxes into the embrace of sleep. The wisdom of Zen is not something to grasp intellectually, but to absorb naturally like rain soaking into the earth. As you rest, allow yourself to simply be without effort or striving. This effortless being is itself a taste of what Zen points to the peace that emerges when we stop rushing, stop trying to become something different, and simply allow ourselves to rest in natural awareness. Feel the weight of your body supported by the bed or surface beneath you. Notice the rhythm of your breathing, naturally flowing in and out without any conscious effort. Listen to the sounds around you without labeling or judging them, just pure hearing. As thoughts arise, perhaps reflecting on what you've heard planning for tomorrow, or wandering to unrelated matters, simply notice them with gentle awareness. There's no need to follow them or push them away. Like clouds in the sky, they can drift through the spaciousness of your awareness without disturbing its fundamental tranquility. In these moments before sleep, you're practicing what Zen calls non-doing, not actively trying to accomplish anything, not even trying to fall asleep. This letting go of effort creates the optimal conditions for deep restorative rest. As you continue to relax, you may begin to notice subtle sensations throughout your body. Areas of tension gradually releasing warmth or coolness, tingling or pulsing. These sensations aren't problems to be fixed, but simply part of your living experience in this moment. Meet them with the same gentle awareness you've cultivated in your practice. Remember that sleep itself is a natural process, just as awareness and presence arise naturally when we allow ourselves to rest fully in the present moment. Sleep is a natural process requiring no effort on your part. Your body knows perfectly well how to sleep. You only need to create the right conditions for this natural wisdom to express itself. By releasing conscious control and surrendering to the body's innate intelligence, you allow sleep to emerge organically. If sleep doesn't come easily tonight, that's perfectly okay too. Even lying in restful awareness provides significant benefits for both body and mind. Instead of struggling against wakefulness, you can simply rest in the peace of being without adding the additional stress of worrying about sleep. In traditional Zen, there's a practice called sleeping Zen, where practitioners maintain a thread of awareness as they drift into sleep. This isn't about controlling the sleep process, but about allowing awareness to gently accompany you into the dream world. It creates a continuity of presence between waking and sleeping states, keeping the spirit of mindfulness alive even as you rest. As we conclude, I invite you to let go completely of concepts of effort and any need to understand or remember anything from our exploration. Simply rest in the silent awareness that is reading these words, feeling your body, hearing sounds, and always present beneath the surface of changing experiences. This awareness is not something to grasp, but something to rest in. May your sleep be deep and restorative, and may you wake refreshed, carrying the quiet insight of Zen into your new day, not as something separate from ordinary life, but as the very ground of being from which all experience arises. Good night, and thank you for joining me on this journey through the heart of Zen Buddhism, the religion of no religion, the path that is no path leading to the destination that was never absent. Rest well in the peace that is your true nature.